Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Elizabeth and the Magic of Dragons, a reverse harem paranormal romance by Ava Mason, narrated by Angela Daw. 1. The sound of blades whirling cut the air above us like a knife hacking through a piñata. Avery's arms around me tightened. 7 black helicopters moved towards us, black omens of what was to come.
Sophia's here, and she brought Andre.
Who's Andre?
Her boss. He's pretty much the authority as far as we're concerned.
Avery looked at me.
She must really hate you.
My stomach tightened, but I steeled myself. I'll give her a reason to hate me, all right. We were in a paradise, an island in the middle of a beautiful lake in the mountains of Hawaii, and their intrusion on our happy reunion was unwelcome. We'd just found Emma and her family and discovered that if I mated with my dragon guys, I could have dragon babies. This was the best freaking news ever because it meant I was allowed to be with them. Their race was dwindling and the team had been brought together to try to help the race create more dragons. And now we were being punished for accidentally destroying a book of magic. A freaking book, for heaven's sake. We'd been in the middle of being attacked. I think they should cut us some slack. I rolled my eyes as we walked to meet the rest of my guys, along with Emma and her family. Soldiers jumped out of the helicopters like small rows of ants, each moving in sharp, disciplined steps, and each was armed with a cattle prod, except a cattle prod for dragons. What in the actual hell? Sophia stepped out of the helicopter, a flash of red and a sea of black military uniforms. Her sharp eyes scanned over the guys, her eyes lingering on Hunter a moment longer than the rest, and then they moved over to Emma. Her eyes hardened when she saw her, but she said nothing. Sophia was still wearing her red fuck-me pumps, and they sank into the grass as she walked. It didn't deter her, though. She walked through the groups of special ops like it was second nature, following behind Andre without pausing. When she saw me, her lip twisted up in a sneer, and I moved towards her, clasping my hands tight to my sides. Andre saw me approach.
Is this the wolf?
His uniform was black and ironed in crisp lines. I expected rows of colorful pins and badges pinned across his chest, but his uniform was bare except for a simple pin, round, with an A slashed across it. Somehow that made him even more intimidating. He moved in measured, forceful steps, decisively and in control. Sophia nodded.
Yes, this is the wolf.
He extended his hand.
My name is Andre Douglas. I'm the commander in charge here.
He frowned, and his dark gray, bushy eyebrows furrowed deeply. They reminded me of caterpillars.
Emma here has disobeyed the orders given her by the Queen.
He looked up at Emma. She was facing him with her arms folded across her chest, her face red and angry.
Now she must face the penalty. It's for the safety of the kingdom, of course.
What the hell are you talking about? Sophia gave us permission to look for them.
You were given permission to look for them, but the Queen never gave Emma the authority to reveal herself or her family.
Emma marched forward. Her wolf power brushed against mine, and it made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. What have you done to Will? Andre raised his eyebrows.
Will?
She growled. You know full well who Will is. You banished us here to live in seclusion. She glanced at her son Landon, who was standing protectively beside her, a scowl on his face. You made me raise my sons without any contact with the rest of the world, all because you couldn't give me up. Do you understand how hard it is for a wolf to live without a pack? She stepped into Andre's personal space, and his eyes betrayed a mixture of pain and laughter. You would never forget Will. He's handsome, smart, and twice the man you are. Andre's hand snapped to her neck, not squeezing it, but the threat was there.
You forget your place, dog.
Landon stepped forward, his hands already transforming into green, scaled claws. Sophia put her hand to his chest, stopping him, and a soldier stepped towards them. You could clearly hear the zapping sound of electricity charging. Landon met Sophia's eyes, and I could see the dead set of darkness swirling in them. She almost looked afraid.
Step back.
Her voice held authority, but she looked away when she said it. Andre glanced at Landon.
Just behave, Emma, like a good little pet. You wouldn't want anything to happen to your sons, would you?
The thought that we'd brought this upon Emma burned through my stomach, and I couldn't hold back any longer. I looked at Sophia. Did you know they were here? Her steely eyes glared at me.
Of course not.
I looked at Andre, who was stroking Emma's neck with his thumb. What an asshole. Did you think that Easton wouldn't find them? Andre let go of her neck, and she visibly relaxed. He wiped his hand on his pants, and then strode towards the helicopter.
Everyone pack up. We're bringing them with us for a tribunal.
What the hell? It's not Emma's fault, it's our fault. My wolf came alive, causing my eyes to flash a bright yellow, and power pulsed through my body. You told us to look for her. She was forced out of hiding. Andre kept on walking.
I may have underestimated Easton's abilities a tad much.
He turned towards me, walking backwards with a grin on his face, his eyes roaming over my body.
He must really have been driven to find them. I can definitely understand his motivation.
I put my hands across my chest, and Avery's hand was on my arm, his voice low.
Just shut up.
There was no way in hell I was going to let this fly. You can't dictate their lives. They're free to live and love whom they wish. Just because you're a wrinkly, craggy old man who thrives on putting others down doesn't mean you can tell them what to do. Avery's hand tightened on my arm.
Shut your mouth now, Elizabeth.
Andre stopped, and suddenly Hunter was on the other side of me, pressing into my arm. His dragon power moved through my body, strengthening me. His arms were by his side, ready to shift if necessary. Andre's dead eyes stopped on me, and goosebumps ran up my back. Every instinct inside me told me to shut up, that this man was dangerous. But I couldn't stop. You can't banish people to live in the middle of nowhere just because you want to. This is the freaking United States, where people have the right to live where they want. His eyes narrowed on mine, and he moved slowly towards me. Christian moved behind me.
I'm fully informed of your situation, Elizabeth. You're probably upset at the loss of your parents and having a close member of your pack rip what you thought would be yours away from you.
His lip lifted up in a sneer.
I'm going to give you some leniency because you aren't aware of our way of living. There are no borders that hold us. We live under no government except our own. William was a high-ranking member of the royal family, and it was his duty to mate with a pure-blood dragon, not some sleazy wolf.
A wolf that you loved. He shrugged.
I may have had feelings for her once, but she was a wolf, and I would have never lowered myself to mate with her.
Then why were you stroking her neck like you want to screw her right here on the patio floor? Easton stepped into my line of sight.
Elizabeth.
I moved to the side, jerking Avery's hand off of my arm so that I could see Andre. Admit it. She didn't choose you, and that's why you were so pissed off. That's the real reason why you banished her, and that's why you're making her suffer now. She shunned you, and you couldn't accept that, not a man of your position.
Actually, back then I was a nothing, just a member of the guard. And that's why Emma rejected me. Oh no, William was royalty. He was someone special. She's nothing but an opportunist.
She's been nothing but nice to us. If she really wanted a lavish lifestyle, she'd have left here by now.
Is that what you think?
He began to move towards me, not clipped or measured steps like before, but in jerky motions, like he was beginning to unravel. His eyes narrowed on me, like a tiger focused on its prey. Growling, Hunter stepped back up behind me again, pressing tightly into my back. Christian was right next to him, and their dragon power pulsed through me. I felt charged with electricity. The rational side of my brain was screaming at me to shut up, to follow orders or be annihilated. But the wolf inside me was roaring, scrambling to come out to shred this guy to pieces, to protect Emma and her family. It was my fault that they were in trouble. I sneered. What, you used your pain to push yourself to advance through the ranks, to become a mean, spiteful asshole, so that by the time you found out she was pregnant, you had enough power to destroy her life forever? Why couldn't you just move on already? Easton growled now, his voice a low warning.
Elizabeth, enough.
I couldn't tell if he was ashamed of me or if he was just trying to protect me. I'd reached the point of no return. I wouldn't stand by and let him ruin their lives again. Andre was right in front of me now. His face was twisted in rage, and I had to look up to meet his eyes.
You're just a little girl from a little pack in the backwoods of Tennessee. You know nothing of politics or power, and if you have any sense of preservation, you'll shut your tiny little mouth right now before I cut your tongue out.
I leaned forward, and Avery's hand was on my arm again, pulling me away. Ignoring him, I pushed forward so that I was almost touching Andre. At least my parents taught me how to treat those under my command. I can guess that yours weren't that great. Suddenly my arm was behind my back, along with Andre, and he was pulling it up so harshly that it almost popped out of its socket. Both Hunter and Christian were on either side of him, so close that their breath was on his neck. The dragon magic from my guys surged through my body. Both of them were growling at Andre. My own magic charged through me, and fur sprouted on my hands and shoulders. I growled. "Let me go, asshole!" His body pressed against mine, his breath on my ear as he spoke.
That's the second time you've called me an asshole, and it will be your last.
He paused, holding his breath.
I'm being very patient with you, but this will be your last warning. Shut your fucking mouth and recognize the chain of command. You may have been high up in your little pond, but your little redneck pack means nothing here. You have no power over me. Surely your parents taught you to respect those in the chain higher than you.
I growled, ready to spit out a response, but then Avery was in my face, touching my cheek.
Lizzie.
His words caught me off guard. That is what Aaron used to call me. I blinked my eyes and looked at him.
Everything will be okay, and maybe this is for the best. They can come out in the open now. They'll have a tribunal, and I'm sure with the new information that she produced dragons that they'll release them.
I wanted to argue with him. I wanted to smash Andre in the face because he was still pushing on my arm and it was killing me. I wanted to tell them that I didn't trust Andre. He would find a way to punish them. But the look in Avery's eyes made me shut my mouth. They were soft and worried, pleading with me to calm down. He'd already lost one woman he loved. He didn't want to lose another one. I looked to Emma, who was staring at me with a mixture of respect and fear. Not fear of me, but fear for me. I realized that my guys and Emma knew Andre. If they were afraid for me, then they knew what he was capable of. Avery's touch on my cheek was soothing, and I let it calm me down. His eyes probed mine.
Let's just let the process work.
I nodded, and Avery looked up at Andre.
Let her go. You'd better make sure she stays out of my way.
Andre let me go, and my arm flopped forward, aching. Christian rubbed my shoulder, and he pulled me to him. I sighed, releasing my tension into him, and he took it, filling me with strength with his powers. Both Avery and Hunter stood in front of Christian and me, blocking Andre's body with theirs. Andre moved towards the helicopters, and the pilot started up the engine.
Let's move out!
Sophia stepped forward.
Are you sure? What about...
He moved his hand through the air, cutting her off.
Just follow orders, Miss Sorensen.
She stopped, her mouth still open. Emma began to walk towards the helicopters, calling out for her sons to follow her. Their faces reflected their anger, but they didn't protest. The soldiers surrounded them. They really had no choice. I fumed silently, my feelings mixed between the peace that Christian gave me and my desire to punch someone's lights out. Sophia looked at me and her eyes darkened.
You too, all of you.
Hunter moved towards her.
Under what orders? We need to return to the house to collect our things.
We've already arranged for everything. Anything important is already packed up and being transported.
What about the cat?
She raised her eyebrows, an expression of hurt on her face.
I would never hurt an animal, you should know that.
Hunter turned away, his face a mask of calm, but I sensed the rage boiling underneath. Sophia walked towards the helicopter.
Make sure you bring the book with you. We'll have to determine how badly you've damaged it and what your punishment will be.
I ended up with the book, and I clasped it tightly to my chest as the helicopter lifted off the ground. Sophia left with Andre, while Emma and her family were escorted to other helicopters. Soldiers moved towards the Cthulhu's nest after assuring Emma that Daisy would be well taken care of. Christian climbed in the front of the helicopter while I sat in the back with Avery, Hunter, and Easton. As soon as we were in the air, Easton pulled me close and, grasping his hand over my head, yelled into my ear.
The last time I saw Andre, he shifted just his hands into dragon claws and ripped someone's head off. If you'd have forced us to defend you against him, we'd be in a shitload of trouble right now.
He paused, and his eyes stared into mine. Something about the way he looked at me went right into the heart of me, to the essence of my soul, making me feel vulnerable.
Because we will defend you to the death, Elizabeth. So don't ever do that again. Not with Andre, anyway.
I nodded, realizing that he was afraid for me. Then he smirked.
But you can talk to Sophia that way if you want.
Not waiting for me to respond, he pressed me to his chest, gripping me tight, and I leaned into him. He was shaking. I stroked his arm, and we moved through the air towards their home. I remembered that he didn't like flying, so I pushed my fingers through his and squeezed them. He didn't look at me, but gripped my hand for several hours before he began to relax. It took 2 days to travel, with stops to pick up food and to stretch our legs. We picked up another pilot, who took the control, and Christian squeezed in the back with us. When the new pilot saw me, his eyebrows shot up.
Well, hello there, and who are you?
Hunter and Christian growled. Easton leaned forward, blocking his view.
Just fly this thing, all right?
The pilot threw his hands up in surrender.
All right, okay, just wondering.
Then Easton kept his arm around me the rest of the way as I listened to the thrum of his erratic heartbeat. I stroked his palm, trying to calm him. After the pilot switched seats again and another glorious sunset, I fell asleep again, with both Hunter and Easton's head on my shoulder. When I awoke, snow drifted around us, and I jerked up. The sun was coming up, and the other guys were already awake. Where are we? Easton leaned in so I could hear him.
We're almost home. Erwinna.
Erwinna. I felt the name of their home on my lips. It was so strange to think that a whole country existed that I never knew about. Then a strange and powerful magic moved through my body, causing the hair on my arms to stand on end. It took us a few minutes to move through the borders of Erwinna, and my wolf was on high alert. The guys weren't troubled, though, so I told myself to stay calm. As soon as we pushed through it, I took in a sharp breath, shrugging the magic off me. Where exactly is Erwinna?
In between Denmark and Sweden.
I stared at them, not understanding. But you all speak English. Easton shrugged.
We were colonized by the British, and we all travel around the world, even while we're young. A lot of us actually grow up in the United States.
Hunter leaned over me.
Actually, we grow up watching too much American TV.
What? You mean you actually have TV in this magical place of yours? Grinning, he raised his eyebrows mysteriously.
You'd be surprised what kind of modern stuff we have there. We even have a machine that washes your dishes and everything.
Oh, shoot. I won't get to watch your ass while you do them anymore. Smiling, I glanced out at the snow, realizing that we were surrounded by mountains. It was stunning. Avery stared out the window, hugging his blanket up to his neck. I wondered if he was thinking about Mia. I reached out and squeezed his knee. He didn't look at me, but squeezed my hand back, then put it back under his blanket. I leaned forward and tugged at the pilot. Where are you taking us? He glanced back at me, and I saw that his brown eyes were soft, and his hand was stiff on the controller. He probably needed a break, too.
I've been given instructions to take you to wherever you request after we arrive. You'll be contacted through the Queen's emissaries when to meet with her.
I lay back, suddenly feeling very nervous. As we neared their home, the group of helicopters separated. Ours landed in an open field and had a car waiting for us. Hunter instructed the driver to take us to his apartment. As soon as we pulled up to his building, the night lit up with flashing lights. There was a crowd of reporters waiting for us.
Crap.
Easton stepped out of the car first. He pushed back the mob of people crowded around the car. A middle-aged man with a large gut stepped in front of Easton, flashing his camera, but Easton grabbed the camera and tossed it over his shoulder.
Hey!
The photographer pushed at Easton to get to his camera, but Easton was immovable. When we were all out of the car, Easton pushed forward, parting the horde like Moses on the Red Sea. I'd never been in front of so many reporters before. It was a shock to me to hear them reporting about shifting right in front of the cameras. It was such a contrast to the secret lifestyle we lived in the United States, where here they were open about their magic and shifting. A microphone was shoved into my face.
Did you kill Emily Carolyn? Was it you that bombed her house?
My mouth dropped open. No, I didn't. Who was Emily Carolyn? What was going on?
Excuse me, please let us pass.
Christian tried to push the guy away, but now the microphone was shoved in his face.
Did you help bring the terrorist wolf in, and were you surprised that she was a woman?
Terrorist? Losing his patience, Christian growled. His voice was low and menacing.
I asked you politely to move. Now get out of the way.
Not waiting for the guy to react, his hand shot out, pushing the reporter to the side. Then he put his hand on my back, firmly encouraging me forward. I had trouble making my way through the row of people. The crowd pushing at us was so intense. Avery held his hand at my elbow, while Christian pushed at my back. Easton still parted the crowd with his body. Hunter was being bombarded with questions and requests for photos. Some of them were serious reporters who wanted to know how Larson Enterprises had connections to bringing in a wolf. Others were gossip reporters, inquiring as to who he was wearing and how long he'd be in town. There were a couple of young, gushing girls asking to take a selfie with him. All around me, words buzzed through my mind.
How does it feel to bring in a killer?
It's rumored that Andre Douglas has brought in a mysterious woman who seems to be a wolf, and now she's to meet with the Queen behind closed doors tonight. Is she part of a larger group of terrorist wolves, or is she working by herself? And why is she with Hunter Larson? Does his corporation have anything to do with bringing her in? Hunter, looking dashingly ragged in jeans and a t-shirt, has just arrived home after being gone for several weeks. Joined by 3 other friends, Avery Madsen, Easton Olsen, and Christian Polson, all known to regularly party with Hunter, will all be meeting with the Queen tonight. The unexpected turn of events is that they've brought a wolf with them. Is she Hunter's new play kitten, or... My chest grew tight and I couldn't breathe. Why did they automatically assume that I was a terrorist? Either that or Hunter's sex toy. Was it so rare that a wolf was brought here? I paused and bent over, my hand to my chest, and tried to take in a deep breath. Suddenly, the media was abuzz with news that I was having a hard time breathing and I wanted to barf. It landing all over their faces would be a nice cherry on top.
No comment.
Hunter shoved aside the microphone and moved towards me. Avery grabbed my hand and pulled me towards the door. All the guys were beside me when suddenly the doors opened from the inside, and Avery whisked me indoors. The silence of the reporters as soon as the doors closed was immediately calming. A man with a sharp suit and grey hair was standing by the door.
Sir, I asked them to leave, but of course they didn't listen to me.
Hunter pat his shoulder.
It's all right. I know you tried.
Then Hunter turned to me.
I'm sorry. I should have told you. The media tends to blow up everything around here.
I nodded. That's not so different from back home. I'm just not used to being the one that they blow up at. Where the heck did they get the idea that I was a terrorist?
Wolves are always portrayed as terrorists.
He frowned.
I should have guessed. My dad's money and influence always created a spotlight on Riley and me. I should have guessed they would be here.
Avery scowled.
It's not just that. They knew Elizabeth was going to be here.
Hunter's eyebrows shot up.
You don't think that...
Avery nodded.
Either the Queen, Andre, or Sophia told them.
Easton and Christian frowned, and Christian's fingers tightened around my arm.
If Sophia's the one who leaked this story to the media, I'm gonna kill her.
All the guys nodded, and their determination to protect me fizzled the pressure built up inside me. I was safe with them. Christian looked into my face.
Are you okay?
I nodded, grinning. Next time I'll be better prepared. I'll just show 'em my boobies. That'll give 'em something to talk about. Then they won't call me a terrorist anymore. He grinned, but Hunter growled.
You'd better not.
We entered the elevator and went up, all the way up to the penthouse. As soon as I entered Hunter's apartment, I knew I was home. It just felt like I belonged here. It covered half the top floor, with high ceilings and beautiful trim molding across the whole apartment. It had a warm, manly feeling, with exposed brick walls and a mixture of wood furniture and fur rugs that swept across dark hardwood floors. A girly scream hit my ears, and a slender woman with long legs and a head of soft purple hair ran towards us, her arms outstretched. "Brother!" She jumped in the air, and Hunter caught her. She wrapped her legs and arms around him, squeezing him tight, and I caught the look of absolute happiness on his face. Then she slid her legs back down and winked at Christian, who blushed. "Hey, babe." I held in my growl. He was not her babe. But Hunter had already told me that his younger sister was good friends with the guys, so I knew I shouldn't feel possessive, although I was finding it hard not to feel that way. She gave the rest of the guys a solid but sisterly hug, and they moved wearily toward the high-ceilinged living room. "I saw the media out there." She narrowed her eyes at Hunter. "If you'd had your phone on, I could have warned you." He shrugged.
"We made it okay. Easton just barreled through everyone."
Christian threw his bag on the floor and collapsed on the couch, resting his head on the back of it, and closed his eyes. I took off my coat, and Hunter put it in the coat closet. Avery took off his shoes and fell across from Christian, then put his legs in Christian's lap. Christian closed his hands over Avery's feet, and at Avery's insistence began to massage Avery's feet. Easton didn't bother to settle on the couch, but after grabbing a sofa pillow, laid on the floor with his head on the pillow. Then he put his arm over his eyes and tried to fall asleep. They all seemed very familiar with Hunter's place. "Make yourself at home, guys, why don't you?" She paused. "You guys look tired. You know I have a huge bed we can all share." I froze. If anyone was sharing a bed with these guys, it was me. But I was determined to play nice with Hunter's sister, so I played it cool. It wouldn't do to smash Hunter's baby sister's face into the counter upon just meeting her. Besides, I wasn't that kind of gal anyway. I wasn't down with a guy who wasn't down with me. She looked at me with a smirk, and I suddenly understood she was testing me. The revelation didn't bother me. In fact, it made me like her more. I acted the same way around some of the guys in my pack when I met their girlfriends, but I only did it because I loved them like family. She turned towards me, taking me in. "Let me check out this new woman, see if she's good enough for my brother." I suddenly felt very self-conscious and gripped the spell book to my chest as if it could protect me. I smiled. "Hi." She didn't answer but walked around me, running her hand across my shoulders, then over my head, causing my hair to flop into my face. I'm sure I looked amazing. I just spent several days hiking, then 2 days in a helicopter with only one real shower during that whole time.
"Riley."
Hunter's voice was impatient, and he pulled my hair out of my face. I smiled at him to let him know that it didn't bother me. She took a few steps backward and then put her pinky finger to her lips, watching the interaction between Hunter and me. I stepped forward. "I'm Elizabeth." She frowned. "Oh no, I know your real name." I stopped, confused. "Huh?" She fluffed her dress, which was a soft pink with flowers on it. She looked dressed for spring, even though there was snow outside. "Oh, yes, Hunter told me." I looked at him for help. His cheeks were glowing pink. My eyes widened. I'd never seen Hunter embarrassed before. "Hunter, what did you tell her? Have you been talking about me?" She crossed back towards me. "Oh, yeah, he wouldn't stop talking about you. Princess this and princess that. God, it was annoying." She winked at me, and now his face was a bright red. Suddenly her arms were around me, squeezing me, and surprised, I hugged her back. Then she pulled away and began to skip across the room. "I like her, Hunter. I give you my approval." She stopped next to Easton and crumpled to the floor next to him. "So, did you see the new 2100 XLR? I got mine 2 weeks ago." He opened his eyes.
2 weeks ago? I thought they didn't come out for 9 weeks.
She smiled broadly. "I may have a connection or two." He laughed, and the sound of it amazed me. She must be a hell of a woman for Easton to be so relaxed around her. He turned on his side and closed his eyes, but put his arm around her and pulled her closer. She didn't react, but just kept talking about nerd computer stuff, moving her hands animatedly. Easton didn't say much except to grunt, but it didn't deter her from talking his ear off. Hunter touched my arm and pulled me into an embrace. So, you've been telling your sister about me. He smiled and brushed his nose over mine.
Of course. I told you you're here to stay. You're a part of my life now.
I felt a warm glow in my chest. So, what now?
We wait for the Queen to make contact. Who knows when that will be?
He grabbed my hand and led me to the empty couch. I gently put the book on the table next to it. Then he sat down, pulling me with him. He put his arm around my neck and pulled me close to lay against his chest. I pulled my fingers through his and held them there. He cleared his throat, and Riley stopped mid-sentence.
We're going to stay here until we're called in to meet with the Queen. Then go to one of the houses so that Elizabeth can keep training. We can use one with more bedrooms.
His thumb circled the palm of my hand. Easton called from the floor.
I don't mind sleeping on your floor. Your rugs are more comfy than some of the dirt floors I've slept on. Besides, I'll just kick Avery and Christian off the couch later.
Growling, Avery spread out even wider on the couch.
You could try. Oh, I wouldn't even have to try. You're too small to be a match for me. Funny, that's what your last girlfriend told me.
Easton punched Avery's leg, who, grinning and rubbing his leg, stood up and went to the kitchen. He opened cupboards and began to rummage around inside. Christian sat up and nodded at Hunter.
Sounds good, boss man.
Hunter shoved at Easton's shoulder with his foot.
Easton?
Easton shrugged.
Okay by me.
Avery walked back in with a box of donuts, staring at Hunter's arm around me. Suddenly he threw the box of donuts on the coffee table and strode towards me, a look of determination on his face. I sat forward, feeling the intensity of his gaze, knowing that this was about me. He stopped right next to me, and I looked up towards him.
Hunter, I know that right now you're staking your claim on Elizabeth and all that, but I just have to make things clear.
He leaned over and pulled my chin up, then pressed his lips on mine, enveloping me in a kiss. I stilled for a second, surprised. Then a soft sigh escaped my lips as heat rushed through me. Giving in to my feelings, I wrapped my arms around his neck and kissed him back. I was so aware of everyone staring at us, yet I couldn't stop. No one knew exactly what went on between him and me at the waterfalls, and so I wanted them and Avery to know that I had feelings for him. Then Avery pulled back, a smirk on his face, and I grinned. He leaned over to look at Hunter with a serious stare.
I want Elizabeth just as much as you do, and...
He paused and swallowed hard.
You know how much that means to me.
No one had to say it. Everyone knew that he hadn't had feelings for anyone else since Mia. Hunter nodded, and Avery went back to the coffee table and grabbed the box of donuts. Well, okay then. Riley pulled herself out from under Easton's arm and sat up, reaching for the donuts Avery offered her. She chucked one at me, and it hit me squarely in the face. Damn, woman, you're such a whore. I turned to her, surprised, but she laughed. Her laugh lit up her whole face, and she winked at me. Don't worry, I'm not sure about where you're from, but it's normal for dudes to share women here. She plugged her nose, getting powdered sugar all over it, and spoke in a high-pitched voice. As purebloods, we must do our duty to reproduce the dragon race. I laughed, taking a bite of the donut. Is that what the Queen sounds like? Nodding, she turned to Easton, a grin on her face. Look, Easton, she thinks I'm funny. She faced Hunter. Oh, I do like this one.
Me too.
Hunter pulled me back towards him, and I rested against his chest. Then he took the donut in my lap and chucked it at Avery, who was slouched on the couch next to Christian. I smiled at their bromance.
Except everyone has to abide by rule number 1. Make-out sessions are in the back room.
Avery wiggled his eyebrows.
Oh, I plan on it.
I blushed. Gosh, shut it, guys. Riley chucked another donut at me, and this time I caught it. I'm throwing these at you because... Her voice got louder. Avery was so rude and didn't offer you any. I smiled. Thanks. Then I bit into it and offered the rest to Hunter. He took it from my hand and tossed it into his mouth. Hey, Riley protested. That was for you, not my nerdy brother. I grinned. I'm pretty sure you're the nerd of the group. Well, you and Easton. She smiled. I think she liked being called a nerd. Just remember, Elizabeth. Her voice was serious. It's your choice. You don't have to pick them all. But if you do, you'll have to fuck them all. She leaned forward, staring into my eyes with a mischievous grin. Every single one. A shiver went up my spine, and the sides of my lips twisted up. I'd always seemed to want more sexually than Aaron. Maybe a whole harem of men was what I needed. Hunter kicked at her with his foot.
Shut up, Riley.
Easton's arm snaked around her waist again.
Yeah, shut up, baby sis.
She fell over as he pulled her close. Oh, does Easton have a crush too?
I think we all do, Riley.
His voice lowered to a whisper.
Don't let her know she has a choice in the matter.
There was something about being in Easton's home country, or maybe just being here with Riley, that showed a different side to him. He seemed more relaxed, happier. Riley snorted, but then settled on the floor next to him. Oh, I think she knows. Then she glanced at me, winking. The rest of the powdered sugar melted on my tongue, and I squirmed a bit in my seat, considering what Easton had just said. No one acted like it was a big deal, and honestly, I was hoping that if I couldn't make a choice between the guys, it wouldn't be. There was an undeniable bond between us, one that had been created in the cabin the first night that I shifted, and it was going to take a lot for anyone to take any of these men away from me. Then Hunter moved me forward, pushing me off the couch, so I stood. He held his hand towards me.
I think you need a tour of the apartment. Then maybe we can clean up.
I nodded, and he took my hand, then pulled me towards the kitchen, amidst the whistles and immature sniggers of the guys in the living room. 2. Leading me by my hand, Hunter gave me a short tour of the kitchen, which was covered in chrome appliances and a marble-top bar. Next to it was a long wooden table, and I imagined lots of late-night enchilada meals by the guys there. The dining room had sliding glass doors that led to stairs up to a rooftop garden patio. He also had a formal dining room that was separate from the kitchen. Everything felt warm and inviting. I could easily feel at home here. His apartment wasn't chopped up into a bunch of rooms. Everything was open and spacious. After showing me a large room filled with training equipment, he put his hands on my hips and pushed me forward towards the back of the apartment. I couldn't help the way my cheeks reddened or the way my heart picked up at his touch. The feel of his firm chest behind me made me feel safe, cherished. We passed a room with a closed door that I assumed was Riley's room. Then he put me into his room and shut the door behind me. I ignored the immediate sexual tension between us and began to explore his room. It was painted a light gray, and frames covered his wall. There were skylights over his bed. I jumped on the bed and sunk into it. Oh, it was so soft. I imagined cuddling with him in there. That would be nice. He moved towards me, his eyes predatory, and I jumped off it, grinning, and moved towards the pictures on the wall. He wrapped his arms around my waist, following me. The pictures were all over, mostly of what looked like his parents and Riley when she was younger. Did you take these? He nodded. I didn't know you were a photographer. He shrugged.
I just do it when I can. It's not a serious hobby.
I moved along the wall. There were more of what seemed to be some guys in military uniforms, then with the rest of the guys. Avery, Christian, and Easton. There was one of all the guys and Sophia.
This doesn't belong there.
He yanked it off and pulled it out of the frame. Then he tossed the picture over his shoulder, and I protested. Don't do it for me.
Nah, I only put it up because she got mad at me for not having a picture of her, but that was years ago. I'm not here much.
I turned towards him, eyeing him warily, and he put his hands on my hips. You sure? He kissed me softly, wrapping his arms around me.
Yes. I plan to cover my wall with pictures of you now.
Gah, not the whole wall, maybe just one. His arms around me made me feel so warm, so protected, so wanted. I felt grateful that they'd come into my life when they did. He brushed his lips over mine, causing my heart to hammer in my chest, and his hand skirted up the side of my stomach. Looking over his shoulder, I noticed his closet. It looked huge. Is this yours? I don't think I've ever seen a guy with a closet that big. I slipped out of his arms and walked towards it. Holy crap, it was huge. There were tons of different kinds of clothes, fancy ones that I'd never even seen before except in magazines, and tons of jeans and t-shirts. Wow, man! He had stopped at the door to the closet, leaning against it lazily and studying me. He shrugged.
Shifters ruin a lot of their clothes. You know how it is. Besides, Riley dresses me most of the time.
He pointed to the jeans and t-shirts.
This is what I usually pick out.
I moved my hand over his clothes and took in a deep breath. They smelled faintly of the forest and laundry detergent.
If you think this is great, you'll love my bathroom.
Taking my hand, he led me towards the other door off his room, and I took in a breath. Holy shizzle! First of all, it was huge. Second of all, the jacuzzi inside the bathroom was huge. Third of all, his walk-in shower looked like it was made for the gods. I was in heaven.
So, Princess.
Hunter began to walk towards me, forcing me to walk backwards.
How does my little apartment compare to your castle in the woods?
The side of his lips were twisted up in a smirk. I bit my lip and twisted my hair around my finger, smiling. Oh, well, your whole apartment could fit into my living room, but still, it'll do for a night. I'd backed up as far as I could, pressed against the shower door. He put his hand on the bar over my head and leaned in, running his nose up my neck. A pulse of warmth shot right between my legs. Then he yanked me towards him.
You still haven't told me what happened.
My breathing was shallow as his mouth pressed right over my ear.
What happened when you called Shane? Will you be on the next flight out of here? Off to meet your lover?
I swallowed hard, and he continued.
Will you abandon us to meet your fate on the other side of the world?
His lips trailed over my cheekbones, giving me soft kisses until his eyes met mine. Then he leaned back, staring at me silently, his eyes burning into me. I gripped his shirt, and pulling him to me, I shook my head. I am yours. He raised one eyebrow.
Mine or ours?
I turned my head and swallowed again, my mouth suddenly dry. I didn't know if I could be with all of them, though they all clearly had feelings for me. And yet, didn't I feel something for each and every single one of them? Avery told me that you guys used to share Sophia. He stopped. Then he took a step back and walked towards the door, and I froze. Was he walking out on me? Then he turned back towards me, running his hand through his hair until he was facing me again. He didn't look angry, just curious, but intensely so.
Is that what you want, Elizabeth? To share?
I nodded slowly, then shook my head. I don't know. My words sounded small, insignificant. I know that Riley said it was common, but for some reason this sounds different. Why did you share Sophia before? What happened? He ran his hands through his hair, then began pacing the room again, restless. The mood in the room suddenly changed.
I'll tell you, but what I say is not to leave this room. Got it?
I nodded, but he didn't even bother to look at me.
I'll explain about Sophia, about everything. But first I want you to know that all that is a very different situation than with you. Fuck, Elizabeth, we all want you. Even Christian and Easton, who aren't as forward as Avery and I have been. With Sophia, it was more forced. Business. But with you, it's different. I'm not sure we all want to share this time.
I swallowed hard, unsure what to say. So far, I felt a stronger bond with Hunter and Avery, but I couldn't deny that I felt something for Easton and Christian, enough to make me want to at least get to know them better. So tell me about before. He stared at me with wide eyes, then nodded and took in a deep breath.
The dragon population started decreasing about 150 years ago. In the past 20 years, wolf terrorists have been taking out dragons, usually in small groups, 2 to 6 at the most, at once. They never attack us in large groups, otherwise we would annihilate them. But about 6 years ago, the authority realized that the female population had dramatically decreased. Wolves were intentionally attacking females, especially pregnant ones.
Like Mia. Hunter was taken aback.
Avery told you about her?
I nodded, and he looked above my head, thinking. Then he looked back at me.
He's never, not once, talked about her to us.
I shuddered, thinking about the trust he must have in me. Hunter began to pace again.
Yes, like Mia. That, combined with the fact that it was getting harder for dragon women to become pregnant, and when they did, the birth of male children was much higher than females, the palace and the authority became very worried. Dragons began to marry humans, which gave them a better chance of having children, but few of the mixed children actually shift anymore. The single pureblood dragons were all encouraged to do our part, to try to grow the race.
His voice grew quiet. But why is this a secret? Seems like everyone knows this. He shook his head.
It's not. The confidential part is that the authority formed elite groups of purebloods, tasked specifically to impregnate women.
The blood drained from my face as I realized what he was about to tell me. And you guys were part of that elite group? With Sophia? Hell. He nodded.
That wasn't our only task. We also ran a lot of missions back then. Now we're halfway retired, only doing missions when our specialties are really needed.
Ugh, why her?
She is the purest form of pureblood, descended from the original.
And now? He shrugged.
It didn't work out. We still do special missions, but we can do what?
His eyes darkened as his stare became intent on me.
Or whom we please.
My breathing hitched. I went from 0 to 10 in a second as he stalked towards me, his look betraying his desire.
I'm not going to lie, Elizabeth.
He was inches from me now, and he moved me to open the shower door and turn on the water. Then his breath caressed my ear.
I want to fuck you so hard that you'll never want another man in your bed. I want to give you every part of me so that you'll never need anything from anyone.
The intensity of his words lit me on fire. I wanted to reach for him, to rip off his shirt and screw him right here in the bathroom. Then he pushed me into the water and I gasped, surprised. It was already the perfect temperature. The water ran down my face, soaking my clothes. Grinning, he stepped in with me, not bothering to take off his clothes either. His hand moved to my waist, and I stared up at his beautiful, sexy face. His look, his touch, his feel was intoxicating, and I needed more of him. But I also wanted to know how he would feel if I wanted to be with all of the guys. Did he want to be with me enough to share me with the others? I pulled down one strap of my tank top, then the other. He watched me, blocking me in with his hand as I slowly lowered it. I admit it, Hunter. I want you too. I want your mouth all over my body, your hands touching everywhere, your body inside me. But I have to ask, would you still want me, even if I can't pick one of you? His eyes followed my hand as I pulled the shirt down slowly to reveal one nipple, and a guttural noise left him. I was cheating, I knew it, but this was too important. I needed him, and I couldn't give him up. If I asked you to fuck me right here, would you take me? Even if you knew that I hadn't committed myself solely to you? I pulled down the other side so that both of my breasts were bare to him. They perked happily in the warm shower, and goosebumps ran over my body. I loved the way that he was watching me, knowing the power that I had over him. It turned me the hell on. Then I pulled my shirt slowly over my head. It clung to my body, and as soon as it was over my head, the water rushed over my chest. His eyes slid over my body. He looked like he wanted to devour me on the spot. I reached forward, and digging my finger into the top of his jeans, pulled him closer. Not close enough to touch me, but enough that I could feel the heat coming off him in waves. I rubbed at the front of his jeans. His hardness was pressed tight against his zipper. Would you take me if you knew how badly I wanted you? Still rubbing him, I grabbed his hand with my other hand and pressed it against my jeans, rubbing myself against his hand. Shit, I didn't know how long I was going to last. I wanted to rip my jeans off and feel him inside me so bad. Because I do want you, Hunter. I also felt his complete and utter desire for me. He didn't want me to stop. He pressed his forehead to mine, moving with me, egging me on. So I flicked open the top of his jeans and pulled down his zipper. Will you fuck me? Then I slipped my hand inside his jeans. I moved my hand over his shaft as I moved to whisper in his ear. Over and over and over. He let out a throaty growl and stared deep into my eyes with an intensity that could light me on fire.
I don't care, Elizabeth. I will give you whatever you want.
He yanked me to him, his body pressed tight against mine, squishing my hands in between us as his mouth consumed me. Growling, he stopped kissing me long enough to whip his shirt over his head and dropped it to the shower floor with a plop. I ran my hands down his chest, feeling the smooth ridges and stomach now covered in water. He leaned into me again, pulling my mouth to his to kiss me. The hardness of his chest rubbed against my bare skin, prickling my nipples. I rubbed myself against his thigh, and he pushed it in between my legs, giving me better access to it. I needed him. Now, in the shower, on the floor of his bedroom, in his soft bed, anywhere he would take me. His tongue explored my mouth, and then, moving slowly, he kissed and licked my neck. When he reached the top of my shoulder, he growled and then nipped me harshly. I cried out as electricity shot through my body, sending my nerves tingling. He kissed me lightly where he bit me. Then his tongue caressed my shoulder, down my arm and across to my stomach. He fell to his knees, and I allowed him to lick across my abs, sending thrilling sensations up it. He moved his fingers over my whole chest, causing goosebumps to ripple over my skin. Then his lips traveled to my breast, and his mouth enveloped it, while his fingers lightly traced the other nipple, causing it to perk. Fuck, I moaned.
Elizabeth! Hunter!
Easton's voice was in the bedroom. Hunter froze, then lay his head on my chest.
Shit.
Then he looked towards the bedroom.
What do you want, Easton?
His voice held a warning, don't come any closer. The room was silent for a moment as Easton called something unintelligible to the group in the living room. Then Easton spoke again, his voice wavering with humor.
Sophia called. The Queen wants to meet. Now. Damn.
Hunter eyed me. Then he yelled out to Easton.
We'll be out in just a minute.
I cursed Easton, and then Sophia. What a cockblock, that woman. As soon as we heard the door shut again, Hunter stood up, pressing his naked chest into mine. He stared into my eyes, a fierce expression on his face.
I will make you a promise, Princess. I will fuck you over and over.
His hand slipped inside my jeans and he entered me with 2 fingers. I gasped as he rubbed me.
And over, and you will be mine, even if you're also theirs.
Then he yanked down my jeans, pulling everything else with it, and he fucked me with his fingers. Yes! It was all I could say. I was so overcome with desire. I rubbed against him as the pressure built. Then his mouth was on my nipple and he bit the tip softly, and I exploded. My body jerked against his as my orgasm washed over me. I wrapped my arms around him, loving the way his naked chest felt against mine as fire ran through my veins. He pulled me up and I wrapped my legs around his waist. When I came down from my high, I peeked up at him. This is fair, you know. I finally get to come, and you're going to have blue balls all night. He raised an eyebrow.
How's that fair?
It just makes up for all those times in Hawaii, you tease. He laughed, and it rumbled through his chest. I smiled. I loved his laugh. Then I slowly slid down his body, and he put his fingers in his mouth and slurped them noisily. Annoying fuck.
Don't you worry about me, Princess. This is good enough for me now.
I grinned and laid my head against his chest, listening to his heart thump. This was good enough for me now, too. Then Easton's voice was in the room again. This time his voice was on the edge of laughing.
Come on, guys. Elizabeth needs to get ready.
Shut up, Easton! Both Hunter and I yelled at the same time. The woman who must be the queen was staring at me from across the large chamber. Her eyes followed me as soon as I entered the room and didn't let up. My cheeks blushed as I met her stare. Her bright red hair was a stark contrast to the velvet green of her absolutely gorgeous dress draped over her foxy body. I desperately hoped for an older woman with wisdom exuding from kind eyes. Instead, I was met by a sexy queen with a cold face. Even from here, I could sense her distaste for me, a wolf, which only reinforced the welcoming I received outside Hunter's apartment. We were terrorists, second-rate citizens, and unwelcome in this grand country. Well, screw her and screw this country. As soon as I made sure that Emma and her family were taken care of, I'd return home, reclaim my status as alpha of my pack, and stay the hell away from this place. Oh, and I'd bring the guys with me too, of course, so there. We'd been brought to the castle and escorted in through a side door. Walking into the castle was like moving into a different world that existed outside of space and time and was a stark contrast to the modern city we were leaving. The room we were in now was just like the throne rooms in the movies, long and tall, with gold and purple banners draped on the walls. We walked towards her slowly, passing at least 12 soldiers dressed in the same black uniforms but with purple and gold fringes on their cuffs and a gold medallion on their right chest. They stared stonily through me as we passed them by. Near the front, Andre and Sophia stood silently watching us approach. Hunter slid his hand through mine, squeezing my hand softly, and Sophia's eyes narrowed into thin slits. He smirked and caressed my palm softly, then let go as we approached the queen. As soon as I saw the queen, I forgot about Andre and Sophia. The closer I stepped towards the front, the more my father's constant training came to mind, and by the time I reached her, I was mentally prepared. She was my superior, and I was duty-bound to give her the proper respect. Even though they'd instructed me on proper etiquette in front of the queen, I moved just a hesitation behind the guys, afraid I'd do something wrong. It wasn't much different than the things we did at home, except I curtsied low and bowed my head, instead of people bowing to me. I looked back up to her cold and opaque eyes, and I suppressed the shiver that began to climb up my spine. She sat in an elegantly gilded chair, and behind her there was an intricately woven tapestry of a man and a woman giving a young child a flower. She smelled of jasmine flowers and honey, which was an odd contrast to the way her eyes were shooting darts towards me. "This is the wolf." Her voice was high and lilted slightly, with an accent I couldn't place. She didn't move, except to tilt her head slightly towards the side. Suddenly a flow of magic moved through the room, possessive and shielding. Sophia took in a deep breath, and even Andre grunted. It pulsed into my body like a low drum, thrumming and constant. It was coming from the guys. My guys. They were feeling protective of me, and their dragons were responding to the queen's question. A stoic and elderly man that stood behind her turned sharply towards us, breathing in deeply and moving his eyes over all of us. His stern look of warning held no room for misinterpretation. "You are in the house of the queen. Get in line or die." The magic from my dragons settled but still throbbed dully, causing me to breathe heavily. Satisfied, the elderly man looked away from the guys, and then his eyes rested on me.
"Yes, ma'am. She's the wolf."
The elderly man's voice didn't betray any hint of emotion. His uniform was crisp and clean, but well worn, the threads on the bottom of his sleeves frayed just slightly. I didn't meet her eyes, but kept my head bowed and waited for her to address me directly, trying to contain the magic that was still pulsing through my body. It was so strong that I was beginning to ache. "Easton, step forward." Straight-backed and proud, Easton walked to stand directly in front of her. His new position halfway blocked me from her, shielding me, and the magic in the air softened. I took in a deep and calming breath. Easton bowed again.
"My queen."
Even though her stare was cold, her eyes were sharp. "Who is responsible for the destruction of one of our rarest and most treasured possessions?" He met her eyes now.
"It was in my charge. I take full responsibility."
She raised her eyebrow, and it arched delicately across her forehead. But it was in the line of duty to protect the wolf?
Yes.
Her voice was jagged and cutting. And you were on your way to locate a dragon that claims he mated with a wolf, and that they had dragon offspring? The man behind her moved only slightly, but it was enough to capture her attention. Gerard?
Excuse me, but the wolf has been located and is being held at the guest house on the Winslow property.
She looked at Andre. And her supposed children, is it true? Even though she was staring at Andre, Gerard answered her.
Yes, my queen.
And her husband? Gerard hesitated.
He's missing. His name is William Erickson.
This meant something to her. I could sense the recognition in her eyes as she quickly glanced at Andre again. My neck was beginning to ache, and I wished that I could stand back up, but I held my head lower than hers, looking up just enough to watch what was going on. She nodded, then looked back at Easton. What was the purpose of your mission? Was it a special assignment from Andre? Easton shook his head.
No, this was of a personal nature.
Sophia clicked her tongue, and Andre glanced at her, frowning. She wiped the sneer off her face. By the smirk on the Queen's face, she already knew the answer to her own question. Her eyes moved past Easton's protective stance to find me, and I blushed. She looked back to Easton. You exposed yourself as a dragon to rescue her from her own pack. Then you destroyed a magical book to save her again, all for just the chance to screw her. Her words cut through me like a knife, and I held my breath, pushing down the words that threatened to burst from my mouth. Sophia stifled a laugh. My wolf reared her head, and I grit my teeth. It wouldn't do to growl at the Queen, even though I really wanted to rip her a new one. Sensing my anger, Easton was quick to answer her.
My queen, this is not any wolf, but Robert's daughter.
Silence settled over the Queen as she studied me, and I saw that she twisted a ring on her finger. It was similar to my father's, except with a more delicate band. Had they known each other? Well, that changes things slightly. I glanced up, surprised, and she frowned at me. Still, magic books are scarce and cannot be copied. Once they have been destroyed, the information in them is lost forever. Let me see it. Easton pulled it out of the bag on his shoulder and passed it over to her. She moved through the pages, handling it with a light touch. Then she handed it back to him. You have a week. Find a way to repair the book, or any permissions you have to handle ancient artifacts will be revoked, permanently. Easton's face grew pale, but he nodded. Also, your wolf will be escorted back to her home. The flow of magic burst through the room again, and I clutched at my chest. I couldn't breathe, it was so intense. Gerard growled, his eyes glowing a bright orange. The Queen's fingers moved ever so discreetly, and immediately the magic was suffocated. The guys took in a deep, strangling breath. The Queen's lips twisted in a smile, and she folded her hands in her lap. Now, out of respect for her father, I am willing to offer any soldiers she may require to gain control over her pack. Then she will not be allowed to return, or to ever speak of our existence again. Easton gripped the book tightly, breathing heavily.
I think she must gain control of her pack on her own, without any assistance. I'm sure she would respectfully decline your offer.
The Queen nodded. As she should. I blanched, gripping my hands tightly to my side, as I realized that the Queen had just given me the ultimate diss. She'd discreetly called me weak. I wished that she would allow me the opportunity to decline her offer myself, along with some other choice words that came to mind, but I knew as much as anyone else the game that was being played here. By forcing someone else to speak for me, she was putting me in my place. I knew better than to pretend I was anything else but a guest here, so I kept my mouth shut and my eyes downcast. You may leave. Easton nodded, but he didn't move.
If I may ask a question.
Gerard put his hand on his pocket, and I wondered what the hell was inside it. The implied threat was obvious. People don't speak to the Queen unless she gives you permission. Easton didn't move, didn't even flinch, but waited for her reaction. I held myself absolutely still. I would not create a scene, but I would also not let anything bad happen to Easton. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end and my eyes flashed yellow. I dug my fingernails into the palms of my hands to keep from doing anything rash. I could hear the shortened breath of the rest of the guys beside me. They were also restraining themselves. The Queen held her hand to Gerard. I think Easton has performed enough service for the country that he should be allowed to speak this one time. Gerard took his hand off his pocket, relaxing. Easton continued.
What if Elizabeth wishes to stay?
He hesitated.
What if we want her to stay with us?
Sophia expelled a breath, and I suppressed the impulse to snap at her. Hell, she was annoying. The Queen was silent for a moment. Then she sighed, implying that she was bored with this conversation. Then it would be expedient that the book be repaired by the sunset next Friday, don't you think? Easton didn't answer her. He probably couldn't, or he may get his head chopped off or something. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if the Queen threw off her beautiful green dress to reveal a red dress underneath to scream, "Off with his head!" Instead, Easton bowed again and then turned and walked towards the door. Making sure that it was okay for me to leave, I glanced at the guys who were following Easton. Hunter glanced at me, narrowing his eyes meaningfully at me because I hesitated to follow them. Afraid of pissing her off, but still wanting to demonstrate that I could be respectful to the Queen, I curtsied as low as possible so that every muscle in my legs burned. Thank you, Your Majesty. Then, not waiting for Gerard to touch his magical pocket again, I turned, and shooting Sophia a searing look, I hurried out of the room as fast as possible. Damn, we needed to find a way to fix that book, and fast. Easton led me out one of the side doors of the castle. The cool air whipped at my face, and I rubbed my arms, fuming, while Easton led me towards the land beyond the castle garden. What a horrid Queen. My wolf paced, restless and angry. Hunter, Avery, and Christian were ahead of us, shedding clothes and tossing them to the ground. They were restless also. I passed shoes, socks, and coats floating to the snowy ground. How can you serve under her? Did you see how she looked at me? Like I was dirt under her nails. Easton nodded.
They're always that way.
Who? I should be freezing, but my wolf was so agitated that heat poured through my veins, causing my cheeks to tinge red and sweat to run down my side.
Monarchs. There are a few nice ones, but most are pretty rude. They're raised to believe that you are dirt under their feet, so they treat you that way. They genuinely believe that we are beneath them.
I huffed, passing a pair of jeans. So glad we dumped tea into the ocean that one day. Then Easton put his hand on my arm, stopping me with a serious stare.
Everything's fine. Now shut up and take off your coat, Elizabeth.
Surprised, I pulled it off and threw it to the ground.
Now turn around.
I did, and then his hand was on my waist, pulling my shirt up. A tingle raced through me as the feel of his nimble hands moved up my side. I put my hands up so that he could pull it over my head. Fire trailed up my skin where his fingers brushed against it. I was tempted to turn around to kiss him, but I let him undress me. Then he unhooked my bra, and a cold wind rushed over me. Sliding it off my shoulders, it fell to my feet. He breathed in silently, trailing his fingers over my bare back, and goosebumps appeared. His hands reached my hips, and his breath caressed my skin. He slowly pulled my jeans down, then ran his hands back up my inner legs, while his lips pressed against my lower back. Oh, hell. I was breathing heavily. I was so turned on. He gently slid off my underwear, then stood up and pressed me back against him. Turning around, I grabbed the front of his pants and pulled him forward. Heat radiated from his eyes, and my heart quickened. His hand ran up my side, lightly running his fingers over my side boob.
You will shift right now, and then you're going for a run. You need to run out your frustration.
I nodded, pulling him close to envelop his mouth in a kiss. He clung to the small of my back, exhaling into my mouth, and it moved through me, lighting my body on fire. I wanted to kiss him deeper, to feel his fingers over my body. Still caressing my boob, he pulled away, growling.
Stop stalling. Shift now, Elizabeth.
The rest of the guys were already flying overhead. You're the one stalling. I could have been off running by now if it wasn't for you distracting me. He didn't answer, but just stared at me intently. Then he shrugged, smiling.
Maybe I like distracting you.
Maybe I like being distracted by you. Then my wolf roared in my ears and I fell to the ground, shifting. It took me a while, but when it was complete, I pranced around happily. My wolf actually shifted when I wanted her to. Laughing, he shrugged off his clothes, and then he jumped into the air, transforming magically. His silver scales shimmered in the moonlight. He was magnificent. I turned towards the fields behind the castle, and every sense intensified. The flap of dragon wings overhead was a loud roar, but I could still hear the rustle of small animals running through the brush. Adrenaline coursed through my veins, and I began to run, taking in the smells of the field. The wind blew my fur as I ran, and I pushed myself harder, reveling in the feel of it rushing by. The sound of a pack of non-shifter wolves sent me careening off in the opposite direction. I didn't want to confuse any pack politics here. I ran and ran, burning through my frustration and resentment. Then I heard Easton in my mind.
Now that we've all calmed down a bit, what are we going to do about the book?
It was silent for a while, as each of us tried to think of what to do. Then Hunter spoke up.
Maybe Riley can find something. Or you, Easton. Isn't this your thing? Usually, yes, but I've never destroyed anything like this. I have no idea where to start. But I can try.
I had a thought. Do any of you know any witches? Suddenly my head was filled with voices.
They're rare also. Where would we even find one? Shut up, Hunter. We're not even going to try. Witches are dangerous. Not as dangerous as us. We could squash her in a second. Not if she's powerful enough. It doesn't seem like we'd need to find a powerful one. Fixing a book doesn't seem like it would be heavy magic. Unless the book is protected. Why would it be protected? It's just a book. About magic. It's a book about magic. Well, we should try, shouldn't we? Yeah, we only have 2 weeks.
Their voices were running together and it was giving me a headache. Can you guys talk slower? You're killing me here. It was silent for a moment. Then Christian.
Sorry, Elizabeth, you're not used to this.
I sneezed, then suddenly stopped, hearing a rustling. I turned to see a moose with twin babies staring at me. I perked my ears up, smelling her pheromones, trying to decide if she felt I was a threat to her. After I'd backed away enough, I glanced to the sky. My dragons were circling overhead, watching me. Then Easton spoke to me.
She's not going after you.
I grinned. My protectors. They spoke slower now, pausing for a second before each one spoke. Easton started first.
What are we going to do? Of course, we fix the book, or we fight. Why do we need to fight? Come on, this isn't just about the book. The Queen wants Elizabeth out.
They were silent, but their anger pulsed through me, even from down here.
There's no way in hell that's going to happen. Or, you can always leave, Lizzie.
I paused. What?
This isn't about you. It's about the Queen and her never-ending drive for power. This isn't your problem. She's branding you as a terrorist to keep the dragons in fear, and that fear gives her more power. That's why she's threatened to kick you out, to make everyone think you're a threat. Exactly. This has nothing to do with you personally. If we hadn't found Emma, they would have found another reason to bring us here. But you've got so much going on already. We understand if you want to leave. You don't have to stay.
I stopped in shock. Would that be what's best for Emma and her family? It's because of us that she was brought here. Christian.
We have to protect you too. If you're seen as a threat, you'll become a bigger target for them, and the Queen isn't someone to mess with.
The chill that ran through my fur had nothing to do with the wind at my back. If I decide to stay, to help Emma and fix the book, will you guys help me? There was a burst of responses in my head, but Hunter's dominant voice was louder than the rest.
You have our protection, always. Don't ever ask that question again. You know we're here for you, if you stay or if you leave. I've got a house in the mountains. We can escape and live out the rest of our days fat and happy with loads of fat wolf dragon babies running around.
That was Christian. I shook my head, trying to sort out all the voices in my head, tripping over my feet. I cursed, straightening myself. Not that I wouldn't mind seeing a fat baby of you, Christian. The guys burst into laughter. Just imagining it made me grin. But I'm staying. We need to do whatever it takes to protect Emma's family from the Queen. For now, that's mend the book. I steeled myself to find a way to fix it. This was my life now. I would help Emma as she had helped me. The guys pushed their feelings through my body. Approval, endorsement, submission, desire. I took it all in and pushed it back through them, then kept going forward. So, fixing the book, that's our #1 priority.
Agreed.
They flew higher, up and down, careening through the air, and I ran towards the mountains, which were dotted with forests. I spotted a bunny, and my wolf instincts took over. The chase begun. The next morning I woke up on the couch, with Avery's arm wrapped around me and his hand inside my shirt, cupping my breast. A rush of heat moved through me, and I mumbled out a small groan. He stirred, then his eyes shot open.
Am I squeezing your boob?
I nodded and turned my head to look into his eyes. They stared into mine intently. He swallowed.
Do you want me to touch your boob?
Only if you want to. He stifled a moan, pressing his mouth to my shoulder and raking his teeth down it. Fire shot to my belly, and my breathing became shallow. Then he bit gently on my ear, scraping it softly as his fingers played with the tip of my breast. He pushed his hips against me. He had an erection.
Does this answer your question?
I clasped his hand, then turned to face him, pressing his hand against my breast. Then I want you to touch me. He nodded as his hand moved, cupping and touching me. His breath on my skin was like silk. He had fallen asleep without his shirt on, and I ran my hands down his chest, following the curves of his muscles as he moved his fingertips over my breast and down my stomach. Then I ran my fingers over his arm, tracing his tattoos. I closed my eyes, reveling in the feel of his fingers on me, my hands over his sexy body, getting to know every curve of each other's body. The heat between us heightened every one of my senses, sending thrilling shots of electricity along my nerves. I moved my hand to his face, tracing his cheekbones, and whispered, "You are so sexy." The side of his lips went up, and his fingers pulled on my nipple softly. I bit my lip, loving the rush of heat that shot to my thighs. A breath escaped me as his hand moved lower to trace along the top of my sweatpants. Easton, who had fallen asleep on the floor with Christian next to him, groaned and pulled himself up. I didn't move, didn't react. I wanted to pretend that Easton and Christian weren't in the room, that it was just Avery and me. I wanted to slowly pull my pants down, and then Avery's, and kiss every inch of his olive-skinned body. I wanted his mouth on my breast, his fingers rubbing inside me. I wanted him inside me, making sweet, sensual love to me. But I knew I'd made a promise to him, that I would make a choice before we had sex. His eyes stared into mine, and I knew that he wanted the same thing, and it was killing him.
Who wants coffee?
Easton moved towards the kitchen. "Sure," I called after him, even as I pulled at the string on Avery's sweatpants and loosened the top. He narrowed his eyes at me, heat practically smoldering from them. He whispered,
Tease.
I nodded, and he put his hand over mine, stopping me.
Turn around.
I obeyed, and he wrapped his hands around me, even as the smell of coffee filled the air. Then his fingers dipped into the front of my pants as his other hand cupped my breast again. Oh, hell. My whole body was on fire. Avery's fingers pressed up into me, gathering my juices over his fingers, and then rubbed them against my clit. I moved my hips upward, pressing myself against his hand, moaning as softly as I could. I reached behind me, rubbing my hand against his hardness, and his lips were on my ear.
Fuck, Elizabeth, stop. I'm not gonna come all over myself with Christian and Easton right here.
I smirked, but then I stopped, the feel of his fingers playing with me so deftly that I forgot about anything else. The pressure built up as Avery's mouth moved over my ear to my neck, damp and hot. He trailed kisses down it, licking and nipping, drawing it out. His hand moved faster, and I pushed myself into his hand, willing my orgasm to come.
You are so hot, Elizabeth. I wish you'd make up your mind, because I can't wait to fuck you.
With his words, a soft orgasm washed over me. My mouth opened as the rush took over my whole body, lighting my mind on fire. I took in the sensation, gripping Avery's hand tight, and he chuckled in my ear.
You look so sexy when you're coming.
I grinned. Just wait until your body is inside me, filling me up. I moved his hand to my breast again. I'm moving over you, fucking the hell out of you, loving the way you move in me, my breasts bouncing and my vagina wrapped around your dick. His breath was shallow and his hardness pressed into my back. Then imagine how sexy I'll look. He was quiet for a moment, and then he wrapped his arms around my waist, squeezing me tight as his erection pressed against my back.
You are such a fucking tease.
I grinned and traced his fingers lightly. I can't help it. I want it too. I love it when you touch me. I want you to do it more often. He rubbed his nose against my cheek and nodded.
I want to touch you.
Meow. Trader jumped up on the back of the couch, strutting by with her tail up. Her gray hair had grown a deeper shade. She was getting bigger. Trader! I put out my arm to touch her, and she rubbed her back under my hand. Her hair was so soft. When did you get here?
I think Sophia dropped her off while we were out flying last night.
I let out a snarky laugh, probably hoping to catch a glimpse of you guys. He puffed out a breath.
Of Hunter? That woman's been obsessed for years.
And what does Hunter think? The curiosity got to me, even though it was a little bit strange talking to Avery about it.
Are you kidding? He thinks she's a tool.
I nodded. She is a tool. He didn't appear to feel weird answering my question. Maybe Riley and Avery were right. They'd grown up knowing they may have to share. Maybe they really were okay with it. Then I remembered their reaction with the helicopter pilot. Okay, so maybe not sharing with just anyone. But maybe if they were a tight-knit group like these guys, then they genuinely didn't mind. A warm glow washed over me. I thought I could be okay with that. My wolf purred, content. My thoughts drifted to Christian. I wasn't exactly sure about him. The vibe I was getting from him was different. What about Christian?
Huh?
Avery moved behind me, and I realized that I hadn't spoken my other thoughts out loud. Never mind. Then a cup appeared in my face with steam rising from it.
You said you wanted coffee?
Thanks, Easton. I smiled, and Avery and I untangled ourselves from each other enough so that we could both sit up. I took the offered cup. Trader had settled on the top of the couch, but she jumped down into my lap, purring. Avery reached his hand out to Easton.
Coffee?
Easton frowned down at him.
You didn't say you wanted any.
Avery tilted his head, giving Easton pleading eyes.
Please.
Easton raised his eyebrow.
What'll I get in exchange? How about a massage?
Easton blew air out.
Pshaw, your massages are the worst. They're better than Christian's. Then why do you keep forcing him to give you one?
Avery shrugged.
'Cause they also feel good at the same time?
Easton sighed and turned towards the kitchen begrudgingly.
I'll get you a cup without the massage.
I realized that Trader had a hot pink collar on. It was dotted with black gems and had a name tag that said Princess. Oh, hell no. Giving Avery my cup, I pulled the name tag off. Trader, you asshole! How could you let her put that on you? Her hair was also glossier. Someone had been pampered. Trader kneaded her paws on my knees, digging her claws into me. Ouch! I grabbed her by the collar and moved her to my stomach. She settled down, purring. I fingered the collar, sure that Sophia put it there. Avery moved his fingers through Trader's hair, and she rubbed her head against his hand. Easton handed Avery his coffee, and I realized my mistake. I'd given Avery my cup, and half of it was already gone. Instead of taking mine back, I grabbed his instead, and Avery frowned. Easton settled on the couch across from us. I looked up at him. "First thing this morning, we're going to buy Trader a new collar." I didn't show them the tag. He eyed the collar and grimaced.
Sure thing.
We were quiet for a moment. I thought of Aaron. I wondered what he was doing. If Olivia was a good screw. My mind darkened. Then Hunter's door opened and he walked out. Suddenly the darkness lifted. My eyes ran over his bare chest, noting the muscles that moved as he walked towards us, yawning. Then I looked at Easton, who also was shirtless and lounging across the couch, his powerful body on display. He was staring at me with his eyebrow raised, and I wondered if he was thinking about the same thing I was, how I was the only girl in a room with a handful of sexy men. I was also thinking about how much I liked being with them. They all fulfilled a certain part of me that I didn't realize I needed. Christian, the only guy in the room with a shirt on, was still sleeping on the floor. I settled deeper into the comfortable couch, my hand stroking Trader lightly and feeling a deep contentment. I had 4 sexy, protective guys by my side, and a cat. Life was good. The feeling lingered for a moment until Hunter opened his mouth, frowning.
Hey, guys. Sophia called.
3. Sophia wanted to meet with Avery, and we all decided to come along. They were going to show me some parts of the city, and we were going to grab some more clothes for me and new stuff for Trader. There was no way I was letting my cute little adorable kitten run around with Sophia's tacky collar on. We walked to the parking lot, going out the back door of the apartment because some reporters were still hanging around the front door, vultures. As soon as we walked up to the car, I realized we had a problem. I was the 5th of the group, and as the 5th member, I officially made Hunter's car a very small fit for everyone. He drove a shiny black 1969 Mustang. Apparently his love for antique cars only rivaled my own, and we were going to be squished. I immediately went for the back seat. I'd take the middle. Easton took my elbow and tried to steer me towards the front passenger seat, but I convinced him that I was happy being squished in between Avery and Christian. After a lot of convincing, we were all packed in the car, and I was grinning ear to ear. I really didn't mind being squished between these 2 sexy guys. Christian still smelled like the ocean, even though the smell should have left him days ago. Avery stared out the window, just like he'd done in the helicopter, his eyes intently watching the rest of the cars as we pulled out of the parking spot. I took his hand in mine, and he glanced at me briefly, smiling. Then he squeezed my hand softly and went back to staring out the window. Christian put his head on my shoulder, and I relaxed into him. Easton pulled out his phone to look at the maps. I looked over his shoulder and noticed that he was using a special app that included their country.
Make sure that you don't take Main Street because they're having a parade today. It'll be blocked off. I remember. It hasn't been that long.
Hunter grumbled as he maneuvered the car with ease. It purred loudly as we tore out of the parking lot. When we reached the street, we paused to wait for a jogger who was waiting at the side of the road. Instead of crossing the road, the hooded jogger moved down the car. So fast that I barely knew what was happening. He stuck his hand in the car and aimed a gun at me.
Die, terrorist!
A sharp scream escaped my mouth. Christian shoved the jogger's hand away and the gun went off. The bullet hit Avery's shoulder. I shifted into my wolf form and jumped through the car window, snarling. The jogger tore off back up the street, and I raced after him, ready for blood. My mind was so focused I saw no other being, human or beast, as I pursued the jogger. He was incredibly fast, so fast that he must have had magical powers to outrace my 4 feet. But he stunk like smelly fish, which was easy to follow. People stumbled to get out of our way as we raced down the road. I snarled as I passed them, nipping at them if they took too long. I barely registered the pounding feet of the guys behind me. Smelly fish scrambled around the corner and my nails clawed the ground as I turned towards him. Then I skidded to a stop, almost colliding with a group of people crowded around the street. Dragon shifters danced through the streets with large costumed dragons overhead. Actual dragons flew above the crowd, and a soft wind blew iridescent scales through the air. The smell of sparklers and popping firecrackers masked the smell of smelly fish, but I managed to get a hold of a faint trail. I squatted low as I sniffed the ground, moving deftly through the crowd.
Look, Mommy, a wolf!
A little kid with dark straight hair and light brown eyes pointed at me. Suddenly the crowd moved away from me. The mom pulled her son to her tight, and another couple grabbed their children and moved them away from me. A little girl cried out, pulling against her mom to reach for the pinwheel she'd dropped on the ground. Suddenly the voices of the guys came rushing into my head. They must have shifted.
Where the fuck is that motherfucker? I'm gonna rip his claws out one by one. I see him. He's moving north on Main Street with the parade.
As soon as I hit the road, I was back on full sprint mode. Most of the people in the parade didn't even realize that a wolf was running among them until I'd passed by. Suddenly I caught sight of Smelly Fish, and my instincts took over my body. My vision concentrated solely on him, and my nose zeroed in on his smell. His clothes were shredding from his body. I knew I only had a second to grab him before he shifted and flew out of my reach. I leaped through the air just as his feet left the ground. His tiny wings could barely support the weight of his bulbous body, and I grabbed his scaled feet with my sharp claws, yanking him downward. He tumbled to the ground, rolling and shredding his wings. Then Easton, silver-scaled and enormous, swooped down from the sky. The crowd scattered, and red papier-mâché was cut into ribbons as Easton's claws scraped the street, reaching for Smelly Fish. I backed up as Easton grabbed Smelly Fish and carried him into the sky.
Taking him back to your place, Hunter.
The sight of the rest of the guys overhead made me feel that they could handle this. I turned back around and began to race back towards the apartment. I wanted to be there when they questioned the guy. Then I saw the red and yellow pinwheel that the girl from earlier had dropped. I took a second to gently scrape the pinwheel into my teeth and smelled my way through the crowd until I found the cotton candy girl.
Mommy, look!
The little girl pointed at me. The mother turned, and seeing the pinwheel in my mouth, she gripped the girl close. Her mouth was open. She stared at me with a look of disbelief. I didn't get too close, but stretched my neck to appear non-threatening, and the mother yanked it from my mouth. I nodded to her, and ignoring her glare, I slowly trotted away and towards the street corner. Just before I turned it, I heard the girl call after me.
Goodbye, Wolfie!
I grinned to myself, noticing that the people still moved out of my way, but they weren't as panicked as before. Most of them just stared stupidly at me. A flash of red hair flew by me, and I lifted my nose into the air. Then I took off again, this time following the distinct smell of a queen bitch. She was dressed in regular clothes, with jeans and a black leather jacket and a hat pulled tight over her hair. I only saw a glimpse of her before she disappeared around the corner block. She looked like your regular Joe Schmo, but I would never forget the stink of cranky bitch. It was the faint whiff of jasmine and honey, and I just knew it was her. Darting through the street, I followed her smell until I found her walking into a sketchy-looking building. Overhead, the guys had disappeared, along with their voices in my head, and I knew they thought I was meeting them back at the apartment. I hesitated and pressed myself against the wall of a small building across the street. Looking around, I saw no soldiers or anything that looked like a trap. And then, slowly, I crossed the street and nuzzled the door open. A wash of power flowed over my body, squeezing it tight, and there was a popping sensation as I pushed forward. Gerard stood just inside the magical barrier, and I halted, daunted by his serious stare.
The Queen wishes to speak to you.
I sat on my haunches and growled, low enough to show him my feelings, but not loud enough to be threatening. What if I don't wish to speak to the Queen? He held a cloak towards me. It was made with the same velvety green material that the Queen had worn, and I was tempted to caress it.
Shift. She's waiting in the back room.
Then he put the cloak on the ground and turned around to give me my privacy. Sighing internally, I forced the shift over my wolf. She retreated reluctantly, not wanting to leave me without protection. I was not disappointed with the softness of the velvet material. Being a friend of the Queen could have its advantages. As soon as I was properly covered, Gerard turned towards me and held his hand out. Intrigued, I took it, and he led me towards the back room. It was dark inside, and my wolf eyes led me across the room without tripping. There were signs that a family had lived here before. Some toys and well-worn furniture were scattered about. We went into the hallway and past a couple of rooms. The doors were closed, so even though I was tempted to peek inside, I couldn't. At the end of the hallway, Gerard opened the door to reveal the Queen sitting on a bed inside a large room. Her jasmine and honey smell filled the space. She had her hands clasped in her lap. Her hair had been pulled into a messy bun, and this time her eyes were dark and fathomless. She looked like an entirely different person. She didn't begin with preambles.
You're in trouble.
No shit, someone just tried to kill me. Who was it?
I'm not sure. All Gerard's spies could tell us was that someone was going to attempt to kill you. I'm glad they didn't succeed.
I stopped just inside her room and crossed my arms across my chest. You look different. Less bitchy. Pink spread through her cheeks, and she avoided my stare but looked down at the floor. Gerard sighed and then took a step back.
I'll be out here if you need me.
The softness in her eyes betrayed her affection for him.
Thank you, Gerard.
He bowed.
As always, my queen.
He left the room, shutting the door behind him. Then her face moved towards me, and she pat the bed next to her.
Sit.
When I didn't move, she tried again.
Please.
I quickly glanced around the room, still unsure if this was a trap. My instincts told me it wasn't, but I still didn't move, so she put her hands back in her lap and looked earnestly at me. Do you have a name? Besides Queenie? I said this in a nasally, snobby voice. I was being deliberately insolent to see how she would react. Would she order Gerard to cut off my head? Instead, she laughed, and I stared at her, surprised. The sound was light and airy, nothing at all like I expected. I'd anticipated her laugh would sound like Cruella de Vil's laugh or something.
My name is Arya. Feel free to call me that in private.
I nodded and flushed, now feeling stupid for being so rude. You can call me Lizzie.
Thank you, Lizzie.
I took in a deep breath. So, is that all you wanted to tell me? That my life was in danger? She frowned.
Unfortunately, no. I need your help. I'm in grave danger.
I raised my eyebrow. You? I deadpanned. In danger. She stood up, moving towards me. Her eyes took on a different intensity.
I'm going to tell you something that I've never told anyone.
She glanced towards the door.
Except Gerard knows, of course.
I held up my hand. Wait, why would you even trust me with any kind of secret? You've never met me before, and I'm a wolf, remember?
You're Robert's daughter. He's told me about you. I know I can trust you.
Frowning, I paced across the room and away from the intensity of her stare. He told me nothing of you, or of dragons. I swiveled towards her. I didn't even know that you guys really existed until after he was dead. Nodding, she walked towards me, holding her hand out, placating.
That's because your father was the most honorable man I ever knew. Dragons were hunted by men for several centuries, and even now wolves continue to kill us off, one by one. He made a promise several years ago that he would never reveal our existence, and he kept that promise.
She was next to me, and I could feel the truth of her words expressed in her eyes.
I was heartbroken when Gerard told me that he had been killed, and by your own pack.
Her hand was on my arm, and warmth radiated through her touch. Then I saw her ring, the one so similar to my dad's. I touched it. What does this mean? My dad, he had something similar. She quickly pulled her hand away and tucked it behind her back.
We knew each other in university and became good friends. The ring is a symbol of our pact, the pact that a few of us made to each other, that we would always protect each other.
She stared into my eyes.
That's why your father called Edward when your pack attacked. He knew that Edward would do whatever it took to keep you safe.
Then she took in a deep breath, and I saw a quiver of her lips. She crossed the room and sat back on the bed, slumping over.
That's why I approached you. I was hoping that I could count on you to help me, just as your father counted on Edward.
I frowned. Well, if she put it like that, I couldn't begrudge her help now. Besides, I was beginning to feel sorry for her, even though she'd been scary Queen Bee only just last night. I sat next to her on the bed. What do you need me to do?
I need you to fix the book.
I laughed. It felt hollow. You made that clear last night.
I know, and I apologize for the way I behaved. Although in public, don't expect this version of me.
I stood back up and towered over her. Why didn't you just ask me for help instead of the show you put on last night? She stood up, meeting my gaze.
Are you kidding? Andre brought you in with a full task force. He wanted blood, more specifically Emma's blood. You have no idea the danger I'm in. If Andre senses any weakness in me, he'll strike, and I won't live through it.
Her eyes bore into me.
He'll kill me if he can. The only thing keeping him from acting now is that he's afraid of me.
I saw you snuff out my guy's power with a small wave of your hand. How could he possibly kill you?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. My power is tied to the kingdom through my bloodline. The ancient relics that give my kingdom power also give me power. If anything is destroyed, then it weakens my power.
She took in a deep breath.
Gerard noticed last year that the ancient relics are slowly disappearing. We think that Andre is collecting them and either holding them hostage or destroying them.
Her hand gripped my arm.
That's why any relics out there need to be protected. I have a small group of men that I trust, collecting the remaining ones, but I didn't call for Easton to return his book. That would have drawn too much attention to it and alert Andre that I know what he's been doing. Plus, I trusted Edward and his team. They've never betrayed me before.
She looked away.
Except for Sophia, of course. But I don't think she has any plans for my kingdom. She's just naturally selfish.
Her eyes betrayed a little playfulness, and I was happy to know that she felt the same way about Sophia as I did. I sat down on the bed. It was soft. Whose bed is this? She sat next to me.
It was Gerard's. This was his childhood home.
How long have you known him? She smiled.
Since I was a child. He practically raised me.
I thought of my own parents. You can't underestimate Andre. My dad underestimated Garrett, and it cost him his life. Don't make the same mistake. She swallowed hard.
I'm trying not to, but it's hard to know who I can trust these days.
I nodded. I could understand that. Suddenly I knew I had to do whatever it took to help her. You can trust me and the guys, I promise you that. We will find a way to fix the book. Relief poured over her face.
Thank you. I knew I could trust Robert's daughter.
There was a knock at the door, and Gerard poked his face in.
I'm sorry, my queen, but we must go. They'll become suspicious.
She nodded and stood up.
We'll be right there. Check the area, make sure it's safe.
He nodded.
Of course.
Then he was gone. She turned to me, and I stood up to face her.
I need you to fix the book as fast as possible. I know I technically gave you 2 weeks, but I worry that Andre will try to take advantage of this time.
I nodded. I understood. She slipped her ring off her finger and put it into my hand. It felt warm and comforting.
Here, this will be a sign to the others that they can trust you.
I put it on, thanking her, and she turned to leave.
Wait,
I called out to her.
Do you know how to fix the book? At least some clue? Of course.
Her eyes twinkled.
How? A usable spell is in the book. When I looked through it, I found one there, still intact.
Oh, great! I slapped my head. Why didn't we think of that? So I just read it out loud or something? The queen frowned.
You know nothing of magic.
She didn't say it as a question, and I wondered if I should be offended.
You can't just read magic out loud and poof, it works. If that were true, then everyone would be able to do it.
Well, then how am I supposed to use the spell? She pat my cheeks.
Elizabeth, you already have the power in you. You just need to know how to harness it.
I frowned. That's not very helpful. She reached towards my neck and pulled out the necklace my mother gave me. I gripped my hand on hers, stopping her, and looked into her eyes.
This magic is very powerful.
I'm surprised you haven't used it yet. I shrugged. I don't know how. My mom gave it to me right before she died. The Queen closed her eyes. I'm so sorry. I squeezed her hand tight. Tell me, I need to know. What does the necklace do? She gave me a sad look.
I don't know that much about it. Only that your mother kept it hidden for a reason. I'm sorry.
Pain filled my chest. I wanted to curl up on the bed and cry. I would never learn the purpose of the necklace. She touched my cheek.
If you can't use the necklace, then there is only one other kind of magic that I know of that you could use.
What's that?
The sacrifice spell.
What? What does that mean? Then Gerard opened the door again.
The way is clear. We must leave now.
She nodded and moved towards the door.
Wait here for a moment. We can't be seen leaving together.
But what does that mean? What kind of sacrifice?
You must sacrifice something dear to you in order to make the payment required for the kind of magic you will need. Do not take this responsibility lightly. The book must be fixed. And I'm sorry to ask you to do it, but my kingdom and my very life depends on it.
Then Gerard hooked his arm through hers and she walked towards the door. She paused to look back at me. Her back was straight, her pose demure. She was the Queen again.
Tonight I'm having a dance at the castle. I expect you and your guys to be there. You'll be meeting someone there.
I bowed. I would be honored. When I stood back up, the hallway was empty. I heard her call back towards me.
And don't try to cheat. That would be very bad for everyone.
Then they were gone. I didn't even hear them leave, but somehow I knew they were no longer there. 4. I barely had time to put more clothes on and shove the Queen's cloak into Hunter's closet before there was a loud bang on the door. The guys were waiting for me in the living room, and I strode in, wondering who was knocking. Not waiting for anyone to answer, Sophia came striding in.
Where the hell have you guys been? You were supposed to meet me an hour ago.
An older gentleman followed her into the apartment, and holy wow, older dude was hot.
Edward!
The guys almost exclaimed his name all at once, and each took their turn giving him a big bear hug. Edward was at least in his 60s, but he still had a full head of brown hair tied at a loose bun in the back. He had a strong jaw that showed through a tight brown beard and dark, wrinkled eyes that turned to look right into me. I found myself fumbling, self-conscious by his evaluation of me. I was standing next to Christian, who reached over and slowly closed my mouth. Embarrassed, I took a step behind Christian and clung to his arm. Edward came towards me, his arms wide open.
You must be Elizabeth. I've heard so much about you from your father.
Then he enveloped me in a hug, which gave me a warm, glowy sensation. I wish I could say the same about you. He gripped my shoulders to stare into my eyes.
Of course. Your father was a man of principle, even so much that it was a fault. I always felt that he should have told you about us, but he refused to go back on his word.
I put my hand over his. Well, I'm glad to finally meet you. He smiled, and then his eyes drifted to my finger, right to the ring the Queen had given me. His eyes tightened, and we shared a knowing look as I saw the same exact ring my father wore on his middle finger. Then he nodded just slightly.
You too. If the reunion is over, can we please talk about why this man is tied to a chair in your kitchen?
Sophia tapped her shoe against the carpet. Whoever had tied up Smellyfish had done a great job. He could barely move an inch and had a rag in his mouth to keep him from speaking. He didn't look like he was going to speak any time soon anyway. His eyes were closed, and he had a rebellious look on his face. although with Avery here, he might need to say a word. Hunter stepped forward.
This man tried to kill Elizabeth. He called her a terrorist. Did you have anything to do with this?
Edward swiveled around to look at Sophia, a look of disappointment on his face.
Sophia, what have you done?
Sophia's mouth dropped open.
Are you kidding me? I wouldn't dare try to kill their precious little princess.
She said the last word with such rancor, such hatred, it made me shiver. Then her lips twisted up in a snide little smile, even though Hunter was in her face now.
If I find out that you tried to have her killed, I won't hesitate to slice that slimy little snicker off your face.
She returned his look with a bored one.
Oh, Hunter, I'm touched that you think me so clever. I almost wish I'd thought of it myself.
Edward put his arm on Hunter's shoulder, but moved to face her.
Sophia Sorensen, you and I will discuss your manners later. If your father were here...
Her head snapped to him.
But he's not, is he? He's dead.
Edward swallowed hard, and a guilty look passed over his face.
Regardless, if you've stooped so low, I swear by the authority and the Queen herself, you will pay for this.
Her face convoluted into a mask of rage, and she shot me a look of hatred.
Don't worry, Edward. I didn't do this. I don't know what's so special about this stupid wolf anyway.
She stomped her foot, frowning.
Everyone always defends her. You just met her and you're already taking her side.
Edward folded his hands over his chest and raised an eyebrow, unimpressed.
First of all, I know you. Second of all, she's Robert's daughter, and you, of all people, should respect that.
She glanced at me, and I almost swore her eyes had softened, but it must have been a trick of the light. That, or she had dust in them, because there's no way she was looking at me kindly. Instead, she opened her mouth, but no words came out. She shut it angrily and looked away quickly. My mouth dropped open for the second time since I'd met Edward. How on earth did Edward render Sophia speechless? And what in this world did my dad do for all these people? What the hell? What did my dad do? I couldn't take it any longer. Edward turned to me.
It's a long story. One I'll tell you one day.
Then his eyes clouded over with concern.
Are you okay?
Suddenly I remembered Avery and turned towards him. Oh, hell, Avery, I didn't even check if you were okay. I was so pissed off at that jogger. I shot the guy tied up an evil look. Are you okay? Avery rubbed his shoulder.
Yeah, I'm okay. Just a little sore is all.
Christian punched Avery's shoulder.
Of course he's okay. He's got shifter magic running through his veins.
Avery winced, and Sophia cried out.
Damn it!
I turned towards her with a questioning look. She didn't look at me.
You took a bullet for her? In your shoulder?
He stared her down.
Yes. I've got an assignment for you. That's why I told you to meet with me.
Avery swallowed hard and nodded.
I can still work. That shouldn't be a problem.
Sophia frowned.
I'm not taking any risks. I'll push it off, but take care of your arm.
I wanted to ask him what he did for her, but I held my tongue. Sophia nodded, then turned to Hunter.
Hunter, I'd like to speak to you.
He shrugged.
Go ahead. In private. Sorry, Sophia. I no longer accept private conversations with you, remember? In fact, next time I'd appreciate it if you would wait for someone to answer the door before you come in.
Her face grew red, though her eyes shot hate.
Fine, we'll have it out in the open. There's a new test from the DNI Neuromuscular Clinic. They've requested permission to begin testing electromyography and nerve conduction to improve muscular diseases such as your sister's on humans. They've been very successful in both mice and chimpanzees.
Hunter's eyes lit up.
It could even save her life.
Hunter rushed forward.
Who is this? Where are they?
She raised her eyebrow.
I will sign off on this and request that your sister be in on the trial.
He gripped her arm.
And what do you want in return?
She glanced at me, and an uneasiness began to grow in my stomach. I wasn't going to like what she was going to say next.
You must agree to be my mate.
Hunter sucked in a breath. I imagined myself pulling on that stupid ponytail of hers, and my hand itched to actually do it. What the hell? She glanced at me again, and her lips curled upwards.
And you'll participate in an official binding ceremony.
What's that? Again, I knew I would hate the answer. Hunter looked at me, pain in his eyes.
If I participate in a binding ceremony with her, the magic of the ceremony is all-encompassing. I would genuinely become attached to her and...
He swallowed hard.
Forget my love for anyone else.
You bitch! I slammed my fist into her face. She fell backwards, stumbling. Then she caught herself and lunged at me. Edward caught her and forced her back. She held her nose, which was bleeding. Christian high-fived me.
Guess Hunter's lessons did you good.
I grinned, shaking my hand. I'd never punched anyone without gloves on. Thanks. Sophia fumed, but jerked herself out of Edward's grip.
If you ever hit me again, I won't let anyone hold me back.
Whoops, I'm sorry. My hand slips up like that when someone is being a manipulative bitch. Fuming, she looked at Hunter.
If you don't agree to this, I won't sign off on the experiment, and it will take another 5 years before they can even apply again. Who knows what will happen to your sister by then? You whore!
Hunter rushed towards her with fire in his eyes, and this time it was Edward holding Hunter back. I had to give it to him. For an old dude, Edward was pretty spry. I looked at Easton. What's wrong with Riley?
She has a muscular disease. She can't shift, and it could kill her. There's no cure.
He looked at me.
Not yet, anyway.
Oh my freaking hell, what a whorish bitch. You would put Riley's life on the line just to get your way? What about the pure blood and how this team needs to have pups and all that? Was that all just a lie to get all the guys to sleep with you? She looked at me, a snide look on her face, even though blood still leaked from her nose.
At this point, I don't care anymore. I need to marry to move up in the authority, and Hunter is the perfect arm candy. With his wealth and status, he would make the perfect husband. Besides... She looked at Hunter. You've tried long enough, don't you think? Did you ever stop to consider that you're shooting blanks?
The room erupted in chaos, with everyone either trying to punch the lights out of Sophia or trying to stop us from punching her. Edward was in the middle of it all, with Easton trying to help him, yelling that it wouldn't do any good to kill her. Sophia was growling, and scales were beginning to flake off her skin as she struggled to contain her dragon. My wolf was ready to pound her, and I couldn't help the fur erupting from my knuckles. Then Riley's voice interrupted the scene, screaming, "Stop it!" We all froze. We hadn't realized that Riley was even home. She was standing on top of the kitchen table, and she jumped off it. Then she marched up to Sophia, who cowered for a second. I will not be used to manipulate my brother again after what you did to him the last time.
Riley.
Hunter stepped towards her, but she held her hand out to stop him. Yeah, I know what you did. You used Hunter's desire to get me into DNI to manipulate him into signing on for your freaky little team. She looked at Hunter, her eyes glaring. And you didn't trust me to get into that school on my own. He frowned.
It's my job to take care of you and protect you. I won't apologize or feel bad for that.
She closed her eyes. Stop trying to make up for what happened with Mom and Dad. It wasn't your fault. Suddenly the whole room was silent, and I felt this crushing weight against my chest, even though I had no idea what was going on. Riley turned back to Sophia. If I ever catch you trying to manipulate my brother, ever again, I will dig up so much information on you and release it to the public, you'll never be able to show your face in Erwinna again. Sophia fumed, her eyes a dark orange, but she didn't say anything. She probably knew that Riley could destroy her. Riley turned to her brother. And if I find out that you bound yourself to her to help me, I'll never speak to you again. Then she stormed off towards a room. And Sophia, take that ugly guy with you. I don't want him in my house. Gah, I'd forgotten that the guy who tried to kill me was tied up in Hunter's kitchen. Had my meeting with the Queen only happened an hour ago?
Hey, I wasn't done with him.
Avery tried to persuade Riley to leave him. She shook her head. Get him out! No more of that shit here. After Riley slammed the door to her room, the room was quiet for a moment. Then Sophia yelled at Edward.
Tell your soldiers outside the door to bring him to the interview room.
There were guards outside the door? She looked at Hunter.
I'll give you 3 days to get ready and get your sister under control.
Then she stomped towards the front door and slammed it behind her. Ugh, what an assuming whore stamp. When was she going to take the hint that Hunter was mine? I went to Hunter's room and yelled out, frustrated, "I want to slam a door too!" Then I slammed his door shut, and the guys burst out into laughter. I returned back to the kitchen and shivered. It was freezing. Hunter had opened the windows to get rid of the rank that was known as smelly fish. Everyone was sitting around the table. I'd taken a moment to calm down and think about the craziness that had happened in the day since we'd been here. Riley's music blasted through a closed door, making it vibrate. Edward sat at the head of the table, and I decided to sit as far away from him as possible. He made me nervous for some reason, and it had nothing to do with the fact that he was an older, hot dude. Yep, nothing to do with that. Move along now. Christian looked up at me, seeing I was uncertain where to sit, and held his hand out.
Come here, Pinky.
I sat in his lap, and he wrapped his arms around me. His warm body enveloped mine protectively, and I pulled my fingers into his.
So,
Edward looked at me.
I already know what happened in Tennessee and Hawaii.
He nodded at Easton.
And now I know about what happened this morning when someone tried to shoot you.
He leaned forward, and I became self-conscious of his stare. He was sizing me up, and I felt the need to please him.
Now tell me why you have on the Queen's ring.
All eyes turned to me, except for Avery's, who leaned his head back against the chair and closed his eyes. Easton was curious. Hunter looked ready to defend anything that came out of my mouth. I curled into Christian, whose arms around me pulsed a soft, calming sensation, and told them about my meeting with the Queen. When I was done, Hunter stood up and began to pace the room.
What does she mean by a sacrifice? You shouldn't put yourself in danger.
Easton frowned.
We have to help her.
Hunter stilled to stare at him.
Of course we do. That doesn't mean Elizabeth has to do it.
You're not leaving me out of this. The Queen approached me, not any of you. Hunter looked at Edward.
Do you think that was a coincidence?
I sat up, offended. What's that supposed to mean? I spoke in a soft, whispery voice. Oh, poor Elizabeth. She's a weak, helpless woman. She couldn't possibly save the Queen, especially if she's on her period. Christian burst out into laughter. His shoulders shook against me, and I couldn't stop the side of my lip twisting up, even though I was mad at Hunter. Hunter growled.
That's not what I meant.
What did you mean, then? Easton burst in, grinning at Hunter.
Yeah, what did you mean, Hunter?
It was almost like he was happy I was mad at Hunter. Hunter leaned into the chair across from me, and when he spoke, his voice was low. He was angry, too.
My mother was one of the strongest, bravest persons I ever met. You should know that helpless is not a word I would use to describe you.
Hunter got up and began to walk. I leaned forward, and Christian put his hands on my hips, stroking them, trying to calm me. Then please explain to me why you think it was a coincidence that the Queen wanted to meet with me. Edward interrupted.
Hunter, please sit down. Your pacing isn't helping.
He looked at me.
Hunter has never considered women weak. I'm sure he has an explanation.
He leaned back into his chair, and I tried not to stare at his chest muscles straining his shirt.
Right, Hunter?
Hunter took in a deep breath and began to speak, but at a noise from Edward, he pulled the chair out and sat back down. His shoulders slouched, and he gave me a defeated look.
Look, I just meant that our team has been called in several times to defend the Queen from spies, so I would only expect that if she were in danger, she would call us in.
He took in a deep breath.
Besides, this is our problem, and we don't need to drag you into it.
Then his eyes met mine. They were probing and earnest.
Especially if it puts you in any danger.
His defeatist attitude deflated all my righteous indignation, and I put my hands on the table towards him. If this is your problem, then it's my problem. I'm a part of your world now. He frowned.
Of course it is, but...
Then just accept it. I was getting angry again. He bit off his response and stood up. Then he leaned across the table to pull my chin up to force me to look into his eyes.
Elizabeth, you are strong and capable. I was taught to protect and cherish the women I love. I couldn't do that for my mother, but I've been trying to make up for that to Riley ever since, and I will continue to do that for you, regardless of how you feel about it. I'm sorry, I can't help it.
I was silent, understanding that this was significant, that whatever had happened to his mom was probably horrible, and that he blamed himself. His words also made me feel warm and fuzzy inside. He'd just told me he loved me, though I wasn't sure he knew it. When I didn't answer, Easton grew impatient.
Okay, look, what are we going to do about it? I'm responsible for the book. I'll work on translating the spell. It might take me a couple of days, but that'll be my #1 priority.
Edward nodded.
Yes, that is the best.
I leaned back into Christian, and he ran his fingers through my hair, soothing me. So what are we going to do about Sophia and Riley? Hunter looked like he was going to squeeze the edge of the table to bits. Easton jumped in before Hunter could say anything.
You can't bind yourself to her. You would hate that. It's not like I want to. But what if this gives Riley a chance? It could save her life.
He wouldn't look at me. Christian leaned forward, pressing his chest against my back.
We can find another way to do it. We've tried. I've tried, believe me.
He looked at Easton, and the pain in his eyes was evident.
We even tried magic. Nothing's worked.
I frowned and took in a deep breath. It must be incredibly frustrating for Hunter, who has the ability to heal others, to not be able to heal his own blood. Edward spoke up.
Hunter, even if you do this and Riley gets in, that doesn't guarantee results. This is just a trial. It could get no substantive results. I do not think the risk is worth it. Plus, you'd be double miserable, because even though you would love Sophia at that point, she could never make you happy. She doesn't have it in her to put someone else's needs before her own. You'd also have the knowledge that you'd had feelings for another woman, and that you left her.
I suddenly felt very awkward and nervous at the same time. Would he really do it? How the hell could I deal without him in my life? Edward continued.
Plus, Riley would never speak to you again. She would be so upset.
I could hear Riley singing to the music in her room, and it made me smile. She actually had a good voice. Hunter got up and began pacing again, and Christian tried to calm him.
Hunter, we haven't exhausted all the options. And, Elizabeth, I hope you don't mind me saying so, but we haven't even begun to explore the power she has with her mother's necklace. Plus, maybe Edward can approach someone within the Queen's inner circle. Maybe there's something that can help Riley.
I held my hand to my necklace. If there's any possibility that the necklace will help her, then I'm down for it. Hunter looked at Edward. He still hadn't looked at me, and it was making me nervous.
What if...
His face was pale, and he wiped his hands across the table.
What if we could kill 2 birds with 1 stone? I could be the sacrifice to save the book.
He looked at me, and my heart pounded in my chest. No, he wasn't going to say it. And then he did.
If you give me up, and I go to Sophia, then that could be the sacrifice the magic needs, and we can help Riley.
I stood up, slamming my hands on the table. No way! Hell to the no! I can't do it! I tried to just for 1 second imagine what my life would be like without Hunter. Pain came rushing in, and my chest tightened. I couldn't breathe. I looked into Hunter's eyes. I can't do it. His eyes were filled with just as much pain as my own.
But what if it saves Riley? What if it saves the Queen? There are some sacrifices worth making. You know this.
I shook my head, even though I knew it was true. I knew it. It had been ingrained in me since birth. Pack always comes first. And here we were talking about a whole race of dragons. Dragons that were going extinct. And saving Riley's life. But still I shook my head. No, we'll find another way. And I'll do anything to help Riley. Just don't... My voice caught. Don't ask me to give you up, please. I just lost my parents. I can't lose you too. Christian ran his fingers over my back, trying to comfort me, and the room grew quiet. I couldn't look at the others, but only stare at Hunter, hoping that I could show him through my eyes how much he meant to me. His eyes were locked on mine, showing the struggle he was going through. I was forcing him to choose between his sister and me, and damn it, I felt horrible. I really was a selfish bitch, and all of that came to a head. Guilt washed over me. Was I condemning Riley to an early grave? I gripped my necklace. No, we'd find a way. Slowly, Hunter nodded his head, and a wave of remorse and relief washed over me simultaneously. I nodded my head too and swallowed hard. I hoped I wouldn't live to regret this. Edward stirred.
Hunter, I'll find a way to approach Gerard. We'll see what we can find. Plus, Riley's a strong woman. You need to give her the chance to prove it. I'm sure she'll be pushing you around in a wheelchair one of these days.
Suddenly, the tension in the room broke as Hunter laughed, nodding.
That wouldn't surprise me. She'll be dancing on the couches in your retirement center, because you know that's where she's going to put you.
The guys burst out in laughter, and I grinned, imagining it. I turned to Christian. By the way, the Queen also said we had to go to her party tonight. I'm supposed to meet someone. Well, she said I had to come, but I wasn't telling them that. They were coming with me. What am I supposed to wear? He grinned.
I'm sure Riley can let you borrow something. She has a gazillion dresses.
I grinned, and his eyes sparkled. His thumb was caressing my hand. A gazillion? Wow. Where does she put all those dresses? It doesn't seem like this place is big enough unless she has a magical closet. I put my hand to his chest and widened my eyes in fake earnest. Does she have a magical closet? He laughed.
I think you guys don't get it.
Avery, who had been completely silent until now, finally spoke. I'd almost forgotten that he was in the room. We all stared at him.
The Queen said that Andre's been stealing the artifacts. This is much bigger than just the book.
We were all quiet as we thought about his words. He stood up, and his chair scraped the floor as it moved back.
I need to take a shower.
He walked off without another word, and I turned to look at Christian. After he closed Hunter's door behind him, I dared to speak. What's up with him? Edward shot out of his seat.
I need to get back.
He looked at me.
Don't worry about the jogger. I'll see that I find out what he's up to.
I nodded and stood up. The rest of the guys gave him a hug. Then he hooked my hand into the crook of his arm, and I walked him to the door. When we got there, he faced me, a sad look on his face.
I'm really sorry about your parents.
A wave of grief washed over me, but I bit the insides of my cheek to keep any tears from falling. Thanks.
I just wish there was something more I could have done.
I put my hand on his shoulder. You saved my life. They would thank you for that if they could. So I'm doing it now. I looked deep into his eyes, and I could see a depth of sadness there. He was holding back his grief. Seriously, thank you for that. I reached up to kiss his forehead, and for a moment I wished it was just him and me in the room. I could talk to him about my parents, and we could cry together. He was the only one in the room who knew them. He could tell me what my dad had done to earn everyone's respect. He cupped my cheeks, then leaned his forehead against mine.
I love you and respect you as Robert's daughter, but I love these guys also. Just don't break their hearts, okay?
I nodded, serious, and then he walked out the door. I leaned against the door, collecting myself, and then looked back at the guys. Hunter was throwing almonds into the air and catching them with his mouth. Easton was pitching almonds at Christian, who was dancing around the kitchen and karate chopping them with his hands. I smiled, then slipped into the back to find Avery. 5. I only had to wait a few minutes before the water turned off. I counted to 100 and then snuck inside the bathroom. Avery was facing the mirror with a towel around his waist. He didn't say anything to me as I came inside, but just watched me through the mirror. I slipped my hands around his waist and pressed my lips against his bare back, holding him tight. He sighed and clasped his hands to mine. Are you okay? He nodded and pulled me in front of him. I sat on the counter and he leaned into me. Pulling him into my arms, he held on to me tight. Closing my eyes and breathing in the scent of soap, I ran my hands around his back, burrowing into him. Ever since we came here, you've been kind of quiet, very thoughtful. He shrugged,
Sometimes I like to think.
I pulled him back. What do you like to think about? He traced my cheekbone.
You?
I raised my eyebrow. Well, you must not like me very much, then. He closed his eyes and rubbed his nose across my cheek. His breath across my face caressed my skin.
I like you very much.
I put my hand on his chest, right over his heart. Then what else are you thinking about? He was quiet, and I felt his heartbeat, slow and steady, through my palm. He ran his hands up my side, over my shoulders to cup my cheeks. Then he ran his thumb over my lip, rubbing it softly. I stared into his eyes, knowing that right now Avery needed me. He may not know how to ask for it, but I knew the signs when I saw them. Avery, it's okay to talk to me. Tell me what's going on. You can tell me. He shook his head slowly.
What if talking doesn't help?
I bit my lips. Well, maybe you don't have to talk about what's bothering you. You can talk about anything. I looked deeply into his eyes. Anything at all. I traced my fingers over his tattoos, giving him a moment to think.
Mia's favorite place was the woods near the place we grew up. We used to go hiking there a lot.
I grinned. Of course.
Of course what?
Of course you like to hike.
Why do you say that?
Well, you like to run, so I'm not surprised that you like to hike. He smiled softly.
Actually, sometimes I hate to run.
You do? I was surprised. He nodded his head.
I just like to torture you more than I hate running.
I laughed, and his face lit up, and that made me really happy that I put that smile on his sad face. You made me run and you made me cook. That was double torture. He was grinning now.
Yep.
And you always ate all my olives. He shrugged.
Olives are good.
I nodded, agreeing, and traced over the tattoo on his shoulder mindlessly. Especially if they're mine. He bent down and nipped at my lip. I grinned, and then he gave me a gentle kiss, whispering,
Especially when they're yours.
I pulled back. You're just trying to distract me. He smiled, kissing me again.
And here I thought it was the other way around.
I shook my head. Nuh-uh. Okay, he was right, but that was beside the point. I gave him my most serious look. Avery, you have to make me a promise. He gave me a wary look. I'm serious. He sighed.
Okay, what?
If something is really bothering you, you have to promise that you'll talk to me. You'll open up to me. He was quiet, and I moved my thumb over his cheek, cupping the side of his face. I worry about you, because I care for you. His eyes grew tight, and then he leaned against my head, nodding.
Okay, I promise.
I pulled him close, loving the feel of his arms around me. Then there was a knock on the door, and Riley's voice called through it. Hey guys! Hunter said you needed to borrow a dress to go to the castle. Since you were taking so long, he told me to check in on you to make sure you didn't fall in the toilet. I laughed and looked at Avery. I think she's talking to you. He grinned.
I do rock a dress.
I bet. Riley called through. Elizabeth? I'm coming. I climbed off the counter, then gave Avery a slow, sensual kiss, ending it by pulling on his lip with my teeth. He sighed as I pulled away. Then I left the bathroom to go to Riley's room. Bright purple and yellow walls greeted me when I opened the door to Riley's room. Shelves of haphazardly placed books lined the room, along with models of Pegasus horses and dragons. Riley's desk faced the window, and her computer glowed neon blue and was attached to 3 different screens. She was jumping up and down on her bed, grinning at me mischievously with a lollipop in her mouth. The bag was on her bed, and she picked it up. Want one? I smiled, then picked out a blue one. That'll turn your lips blue. It'll probably still be that way at the dance. I shrugged, and she grinned. Oh, cheeky. I like it. Then she grabbed my hand and collapsed onto the bed, pulling me onto it with her. She raised an eyebrow. Was Avery showing you how to work the shower? I unwrapped the lollipop and rolled it around my tongue, grinning. That's none of your business. She laughed and fell back onto the bed, throwing her arms in the air dramatically. She put her hand to her chest, breathing heavy, then looked up at me. So, she held out her hand, raising her eyebrow. I'm waiting for my Emmy. When I didn't answer her, she explained. Like how I told Sophia off? I've been wanting to do that for ages. I grinned. That was the best thing I've seen all year. You do deserve an award. She pushed her hand towards me, and I grabbed it, then licked it. Ew! She yanked her hand back. Gross, Lizzie. Just for that, I'm calling you Lizard from now on. I shrugged. Your brother calls me Princess. You think Lizard is going to bother me? She laughed, and just the sound of it made my anxiety begin to melt away. So, are you coming with us? She pulled herself up. Are you kidding? No way. Why not? She smirked. Oh, you'll see once you get there. I gripped her arm. Tell me. She tipped her head to the side, thinking. It's just that all the women there look perfect. It's horrible. Then she turned back to me. But you'll have the guys, so you'll be fine. Then she got up and, stepping over me with long legs, jumped off with a thump. Which reminds me, I've got to get you ready. You don't want to be late. Her face was serious now. You think the media hates you now? Be late to the Queen's dance and they'll crucify you. Believe me, I know. Her footsteps were heavy as she skipped across the room and she flung open her closet doors. It was bigger and deeper than Hunter's, with dirty clothes thrown all over the floor. She pushed them out of her way as she moved towards the back. What to wear, what to wear? I stood up and followed her inside, sucking on the lollipop. She was throwing several dresses over her head, most of them splashed with loud colors or bright floral patterns. Some of them were elegantly beautiful, though. These won't do. Hey. I leaned against the door jamb. What's the deal with Sophia and your brother, anyway? She laughed. Well, they've known each other forever, and Sophia always had a thing for him. She looked at me, thoughtful. If anyone can humanize Sophia, it would be Hunter, but Hunter's not like that, you know? What do you mean? She shrugged. He values kindness and honesty, two things Sophia greatly lacks. I sighed. But what if she finds a way to take him from me? She frowned. Hunter would never let that happen. He may consider it for my sake or some loyalty he feels to the kingdom, but I don't think he would ever do it. She winked at me. Besides, you made an official claim on them, even if you didn't even know you were doing it. She has to respect that. Then she turned back towards the closet, reached for a hanger, and without even looking at it, pulled out a red dress. It was a little bit short, but it was still beautiful, with black beads embroidered in the top. Oh, crap! She threw the dress to the ground, and I was tempted to grab it. Where are you? She disappeared in her room for a moment, and then came back. Had to plug in the curlers. In fact, what am I thinking? Go hit the shower. It's the other door in my room. Take one fast, and don't wash your hair. She moved her hands towards me. I can't work with this until you clean the stink of sweat and smelly fish off you. A quick 6 minutes later, I was wrapped in a towel, and she was spraying half a can of some powdery coconut-smelling stuff in my hair. Sit! I pulled the towel tight and then sat on the floor in front of the mirror, wiping at my blue mouth. She sat on the bed behind me, sectioning off a part of my hair, and began to wrap it around a curler. So, I met her eyes in the mirror. How long have you and Hunter lived here? She closed one of her eyes, thinking. About 8 years. I was 14. Hunter had to raise me by himself after we moved in. Oh? What about... I hesitated, but she guessed my question. My parents died that year. I clasped my hands together. Then I looked at her. How did they die? Avoiding my eyes, she stared at my hair, wrapping another section. They were murdered. I took in a deep breath as the image of the murder of my own parents threatened to invade my mind. I'm so sorry. She shrugged one of her shoulders and pulled at another section of my hair.
It's not your fault.
I moved to face her, and her hands fell to her lap.
Riley, I get it. I really do.
Her eyes met mine, and they had a depth that she hadn't shown before.
Hunter told me about your parents.
Suddenly I couldn't breathe, and I gasped for air. She slid down the bed and threw her arms around my neck, pulling me close. I felt ridiculous, but if anyone could understand me, it was her. I took in deep, calming breaths, chanting Christian's mantra. Calm the mind, calm the
soul.
She laughed as I pulled away from her.
Yeah, Christian's worked with me too.
I wiped at my face, and she pushed me back to face the mirror. My face was flushed, and I grabbed her makeup, trying to find something that would look good on me.
Did they ever find the killer?
Her eyes darkened.
You should probably ask Hunter about that.
My mouth opened. Why?
'Cause he took care of it.
Her eyes were like steel, and I nodded. Good.
You gonna take care of the guy who killed your parents?
I stared at her fiercely.
Hell yes.
She smiled.
Good.
She took in a deep breath.
Anyway, let's talk about something else.
Okay. I nodded, understanding. Some things were just too painful to think about.
Tell me, have you ever thought about dating any of the guys out there?
I nodded at the door. She scrunched up her face.
Ew, gross. They're like my brothers.
I laughed, then pulled out her makeup bag.
Good. I wouldn't want to have to show you all my ninja skills. Believe me, you don't have to.
She imitated throwing up. Smiling, she worked quickly, and soon my head was burning with hot curlers, and I'd managed to find some subtle makeup that looked good. She nodded, approving, and then stood up.
Come on, I found the perfect dress for you while you were in the shower.
She pulled me up and into her closet. Then she unzipped the garment bag and pulled out a gorgeous gown. It was black, lined with silver leaf patterns across the top. Then it became sheer around the stomach and had another row of silver patterns across where my hips would be.
I bought it for prom my junior year, but never wore it. It's just been sitting in my closet ever since.
I took in a deep breath. Wow, Riley. I pulled at the bottom of the dress, revealing a long slit up it, and I grinned wickedly. Oh, this will kill Hunter. She nodded.
Exactly. It will kill all of them. I like to torture the guys as much as possible.
I laughed and pulled it off the hanger. After stepping into it, she zipped it up. Then we began to pull the curlers out of my hair. When I stepped out of her room, the guys were standing in the living room, laughing. They all wore well-defined suits that showed off their wide shoulders and narrow waists with a mishmash of different-colored ties. They all looked sexy as hell, and my heart pounded as I stared them down. I licked my lips, staring at them intently, wishing we didn't have to go anywhere. As soon as they saw me, the room immediately grew silent, and I suddenly felt very shy. Riley pushed me forward, grinning.
Doesn't she look great?
Avery stepped forward, his eyes staring into mine, frowning.
You need to take that off right now.
He glanced toward the windows.
I'm pretty sure I can get those curtains to hang nice and loose on you because there's no way I'm letting you out of here looking like that.
My cheeks tinged pink as he touched them softly, my heart simmering.
I don't think we have time for that.
Then he leaned over.
I think you have something blue on your mouth.
His lips enveloped mine in a deep kiss, and heat rushed in between my thighs. My legs were like jelly, and he wrapped his hand around my back, holding me to him.
Ah, get a room already!
Riley's voice called out, and she began to push at me.
You need to get going, young lady, before you burst into flames right here in my living room.
Avery pulled back slowly, pulling my lip with his teeth. Then he kissed the corner of my mouth again and finally pulled away. I sighed, and he grinned. He glanced at Hunter with a triumphant look. Suddenly, the guys came alive behind us and began to move towards the door. Easton's voice rang out clearly and loudly.
Let's get going, guys. Don't want to be late.
With Avery's hand still around my back, we moved towards the door.
I'm getting the vibe that being late is a big sin around here.
Feeling relieved that the media coverage was more about my dress than terrorism, we entered the front entrance of the castle. I had a feeling that either Riley or the Queen had something to do with getting the media straight. I tried not to gawk at the immensity of the castle entrance or the lavishness of the decor, but it was almost impossible not to take in everything with a childish wonder. Even though I grew up in the United States, I'd traveled to other continents and even saw a castle or two, but they were nothing compared to this one. Although the inside of the castle seemed to be completely renovated and updated, equipped with central heating because the great entrance hall that I'd stepped into was warm and welcoming, it was such a strange contrast to the modern city right outside its doors.
Oh, who is this with Hunter, and is she a pureblood?
I turned to see a man about the same age as Hunter, with a purple velvet suit coat and bow tie. He had shoulder-length hair pulled back in a tie that showed off his light brown waves. I liked his choice to stand out among a sea of black, though I preferred my guy's suits to his. His blue eyes smoldered as they took in my dress, my stomach that showed through it, and followed the slit up my thigh. Suddenly I wondered if I shouldn't have worn something so revealing.
My name is James, and you are stunning.
Heat rushed to my cheeks, and suddenly Hunter pressed to my side.
James, great to see you.
His voice dripped with sarcasm. James smiled at Hunter, his eyes tight.
I'm always delighted when you come to town on Daddy's business. I almost wished you did it more often instead of managing your company's business internationally, but it's always fun to watch you on the telly when you do come home.
His eyes moved towards me.
I hear you brought a wolf with you this time.
He didn't sound disgusted when he said wolf, more like intrigued, and that was a relief. I'm Elizabeth. He held his hand out and I took it. Then he pressed the top of my hand to his lips. I smiled. I'd never seen anyone do that before in real life.
I must say it is a pleasure to meet you.
And I you. He straightened back up, still holding my hand for a moment too long, his thumb caressing my palm, and then he let go. Christian pressed in my back, squeezing my hips possessively.
What's up, bro? Long time no see.
James grinned, and then he was giving Christian a bro hug, squeezing me between them.
This your woman?
Christian's face grew serious.
She's been claimed, yes, so hands off.
I frowned. I have? James raised his eyebrow at me.
Well, have you?
Growling, I answered, Not like that, no. His lips twisted into a mischievous and snarky grin.
There's nothing wrong with being claimed, dollface. I'd assume with your looks that every dragon on sight lit up into flames the minute you stepped into the country. And even if you have been claimed, that doesn't mean we can't all share, right?
He leaned over and moved his thumb across my lip.
If you'd be willing, I'd share you all night long.
Then he winked. I smiled. That sounds interesting. I could be willing if the situation were right. I looked back at Christian, who looked like he wanted to rip James's head off.
You're my bud, but there's no way I'm sharing her with you.
Hunter pressed his hand onto my elbow, and so I turned to him. Have you ever shared with James, Hunter? His eyes darkened, and his hand moved through his hair. I could see him pulling it tight.
Hell no.
Avery stepped in between James, pushing me behind him.
Who do you think you are? I'm just looking to help the race, brother. We all need to do our part.
Hunter looked at me, scowling.
Is that what you really want? To share with him?
I shrugged, biting my lip. It could be fun. He ran his hand through his hair again, sighing, then he tugged on Avery.
Let's go inside, dude. She's just screwing with us.
James laughed, and I smiled. Well, Riley did say that it was normal here. Hunter frowned.
Not that normal.
Hunter pushed at Avery, trying to make him move forward. Christian was at my back, and I was sandwiched in between Hunter and Avery. Avery ignored everyone except James, whom he was still telling off. James looked at Avery like he was an interesting bug. Not waiting for him to finish, James just pat Avery on the chest.
No problem, man.
Then he looked at me and winked.
Later, then.
I waved to him, and his eye caught on someone behind me.
Cynthia, you look ravishing tonight.
Avery turned to me, frowning.
Not funny, Lizzie.
I couldn't suppress the grin on my face. Suddenly, Easton stepped out in front of us and grabbed my hand, pulling me forward. The other guys moved to make way, and then he was standing directly in front of me, only an inch from me. Closing his eyes, he took in a deep breath, and his thumb caressed my palm.
Would you like to go to the dance now?
I grinned. Absolutely. I gripped his hand tight. Take me away. Easton put his arm through mine, escorting me deeper into the castle by way of a long hallway that led us to a huge ballroom. Yeah, a ballroom, like the ones they show in the movies where the princess meets the prince and suddenly she's in love after one dance and they live happily ever after. I rolled my eyes just thinking about it, trying not to compare that to myself and the 4 men who had guarded me with their lives and invaded my heart and soul in just a couple of months. I wasn't like that kind of princess. Nope, not me, because mine would end with, until his home country declares her a terrorist and tries to have her killed. Yep, that's exactly the kind of princess I was. The rest of the guys followed close behind and then stood casually beside us as I took in the room. Several couples swirled around me, and now I was very glad that Riley had given me a makeover. All the women around me were required to look hot, apparently, because I couldn't see a single ugly woman, except for one who stood on the platform next to the orchestra, staring down at all of us with a frown on her face and a stick up her. Other than that, all the women were dressed to the nines, and now I understood why Sophia always wore her fuck-me heels, because she was just another woman in this perfect world of perfect babes and hot men surrounding me, and I totally got why Hunter's sister didn't want to come with. At least I blended in, thank you, Riley. Hey, Hunter! A group of girls gaggled in a group, wiggling their fingers at him. He nodded to them and smiled warmly, then turned his back on them to face me. He touched my hips possessively and stroked the sheer silkiness of my dress with his thumb. I watched as they brushed away disappointed looks and circled around each other, yet still continued to glance his way. Old friends? He smirked.
You could call them that.
I sniggered, imagining that some of them had had a taste of what I was promised to have later, and a blush rose to my cheeks. He smiled, his eyes dancing as he leaned towards me. He brushed my lips softly, and a heat rose in my chest, while at the same time I was incredibly self-conscious of the rest of the people around us. I gulped loudly, then felt Easton's hand squeeze my arm, which was still in the crook of his arm.
Would you like to dance?
I smiled. Sure, I would love to dance, except what makes you think I know how to waltz? Yes, they were dancing the waltz, like we were living a couple centuries ago, and yet somehow it fit the castle and its glowing fire hearths placed strategically around the room. I wondered if we'd somehow passed through time and were actually living in the 19th century.
Oh, I don't expect you to know the waltz.
I hit his arm. Hey, maybe I do.
Well...
He raised his eyebrow, and I realized that he was in a good mood.
Do you?
I shook my head. Of course not. He laughed, and I glanced at the other guys. I didn't want to just leave them standing here, but I also didn't really want them dancing with other girls. Well, not ones hotter than me, anyway, which was at least 3/4 of the room, and possibly even 99%, minus the stern one by the orchestra. I grabbed Easton's hand, then Avery's, who was looking pretty uncomfortable at the sexy vixen who was eyeing him greedily. Come on, Hunter, Christian, let's dance together. I pulled the reluctant Avery and Easton, who came willingly, onto the dance floor. We interrupted the flow of several dancers who gave me heated looks, then turned their back on me and moved to a different space on the floor. Hunter and Christian still stood towards the entrance of the room, and I beckoned to them with my finger, trying my best come-hither look. Sighing, Christian gave in and walked towards me. Hunter stood stoically, staring at me and refusing to budge. I shrugged and then began to dance, attempting to fit the sounds of the rich orchestra into a modern dance. It was a bit hard at first, but soon I found my rhythm and closed my eyes, giving in to the feel of the music. I loved to dance and could do it for hours, even without the sexy men at my side. I moved to the beat, allowing the music to swell and flow through me. I opened my eyes to see that the guys were following suit. They were flowing and dancing around me rhythmically. I grabbed Christian and Easton's hands and moved through them in a dance of my own, completely making it up as I went. Easton let go of my hand and grabbed Avery, then dipped him. I laughed, completely caught off guard to see Easton let go of his seriousness so easily. He grinned at me, still holding Avery over his knee, who was scowling. Christian interrupted us by grabbing hold of my hands and pulled me close. Heat sparked in my chest as his energy flowed into me, and I slowed down as he twirled with me. Then Christian's arms were around me, and we danced together, while Avery and Easton danced to their own beat beside us. Happiness blossomed through my chest, and for the first time in a long time, I forgot about everything except for the joy of dancing and the men by my side. I could accept this. Accept them. The question was, would they accept me? All of them? Avery and Hunter had already answered that question, but what about Easton and Christian? I hadn't gotten to know them like Hunter and Avery, but I still felt a deep and special bond to them, no doubt brought on by the power of the necklace tucked into my dress and my wolf who reminded me repeatedly that I could and would have all of them. They were already mine. I just had to claim them. I let go of my worries and just gave in to the music, giving Hunter another crook of my finger and my best pleading look. He rolled his eyes, but finally he moved across the dance floor towards us. It wasn't long before we were all holding hands and laughing, causing quite the ruckus as the couples doing the fancy dancing had to move quick to avoid us. Finally, the song came to an end, and we ran breathlessly off the dance floor. I'd almost forgotten why we were there in the first place, until a stoic and elderly man stepped in front of me, causing me to halt suddenly. His look was appraising but neutral, and I was unable to decide what he was thinking. Probably that I was such a ridiculous girl, but I'm sorry, no one put "must be serious and know how to do the waltz" on my invite.
Arya would like for you to follow me.
He gave me a knowing look, then glanced at the guys.
Alone.
His face was still a mask of calm and professionalism, and yet held no room for argument. I curtsied low, almost sarcastically, and he turned on his heel. I held in my snicker. He was so serious, and I was in a good mood. Waving off the guy's offer to follow me, I followed behind the serious dude. Glancing one last time at the magnificent room and all its fanciness, I saw the upturned lips of the normally scowling woman by the orchestra and smiled to myself. At least I'd made her smile. I began to get a little bit nervous as I followed the man down a long hallway and into another one that was darker, more sinister. Electric currents moved over my body, making the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. Then we came to a dead end. My breathing became shallow, and my wolf instincts, which had been gradually coming alive, were now on full alert. "What's going on?" He turned around and leaned against the wall.
It's okay, child. I knew your father.
He pulled up his hand, leaning against the wall. On his finger was the black onyx ring. Then the wall groaned and it slid open, revealing a secret passageway. He moved inside and I stepped forward, trusting that the ring meant something. So far it hadn't failed me. There was electricity in the passageway. Somehow I'd expected fire-lit torches. I joked, trying to calm my nerves. "Wow, did you have to kill the electrician to keep this secret?" The man laughed.
No killing innocent electricians. There are some people we can trust.
The stone wall shut behind me, and the rumble echoed through the corridor.
My name's Liam, by the way.
I shivered slightly at the echoing of the door closing. "I'm Elizabeth." Pulse racing, I followed the path towards a wooden door.
Of course, I know this. And Jane was your mother. She makes the best birthday cake.
She made the best birthday cake. I pushed away the image that came with this comment. The last cake my mother made me ended up all over her couch, along with the brain matter and blood of one of the shifters who participated in the slaughter of my parents. But it was true. My mom had made the best birthday cakes.
Of course, I'm sorry.
Ignoring him, I opened the door and was surprised to see the stern woman by the orchestra. "It's you." She frowned.
Expected it to be someone else?
How did you get here before us? She looked at Liam, her lips turned up in a smile.
Liam took you the long way. He wanted to read your energy.
I looked at Liam. That's why I felt so strange on the way here.
I had to know if we could trust you.
I folded my hands across my chest. And can you? The woman interrupted.
Of course we can. You're Robert's daughter.
She led me to a wooden table in the middle of the darkened room, lit only by the fire. Silver symbols were engraved along the border of the table, and I ran my hand over it.
Liam is just a bit more skeptical. Please, sit.
I sat, and she sat next to me.
My name is Ember.
Liam stood by the fire, and it lit up his face with an eerie orange glow. I clasped my hands together. Can someone please tell me what's going on here? Liam nodded towards my hand.
I see you've been gifted a ring from Arya.
My throat was dry, and I swallowed hard, nodding.
She wanted you to meet us.
My wolf instincts told me that something significant was about to happen, something life-changing, something that had gotten my dad killed. What for?
I've been told that you've met Edward.
I nodded.
There is an evil force that moves within the dragon community. Arya told you about Andre, but there are others, and we believe they are all connected. Arya, Edward, and your father worked to fight against it, but they aren't the only ones. There is a small group of us, and we all wear the ring. Arya believes that you could be a help to us.
What would I have to do? He faced the fire, and Ember answered me.
Fix the book and nothing else, for now.
Then why all this? I waved towards the room. I've already told Arya that I would try my best to fix the book. She pat my hand, and I studied her face. In the light of this room, her features seemed softer, less stern, and I could see a splash of freckles across her cheeks. She wasn't as ugly as I'd initially thought, just not as made up as the rest of the women from the ballroom. She had more of a natural beauty.
We wanted to meet you also, to tell you if you ever need anything, we're here to help you. The daughter of Robert is a friend to all of us in the group, and we vow to protect you with our lives. It's what he would have wanted.
What exactly did my dad do for you guys? She looked at Liam, and he moved to sit across from me.
Robert always gave willingly to help us whenever we called, without hesitation.
I thought of all the times my dad left on emergency business trips. Ember cut in.
We also believe he gave his life to protect us.
I drew in a sharp breath. My heart pounded, and it was hard to breathe. Suddenly a realization washed over me. The Black Wolf. I'd never seen him or his pack before. Liam nodded.
We think the Black Wolf is connected to the evil that has invaded our castle.
I gritted my teeth. No wonder my dad underestimated Garrett. If the Black Wolf had anything to do with what was going on here, then I was in. What can I do to help? Liam frowned.
If you join us, you will become part of our world.
His eyes were serious as they bore into mine.
Do not make this decision lightly. Our world is dangerous, and you may have to make many sacrifices. But your father spoke highly of you, and Arya has recommended you.
He glanced at Ember.
And apparently Ember likes the way you dance.
Ember smiled.
Are you willing to dedicate yourself to the light, even if it puts your life in danger?
I nodded, and the man sighed. Ember gripped my hand tight.
I knew it from the minute I saw you that you had your father's fire.
Liam and Ember stood up, and I followed suit. Then Ember led me back towards a bookshelf. She opened it, and I heard the noise from the ballroom. She handed me a piece of paper with their phone numbers written in a delicate script.
We'll be in touch. Like I said, find a way to fix the book. If you ever need anything, you let us know.
Then she paused, and her eyes bore into mine.
Do whatever it takes to fix the book, Elizabeth. Arya's life and the future of the kingdom depends on it.
6. We sat in a circle in Hunter's roof garden, in the snow. It had been 3 days, and Easton told us to bring what we chose to sacrifice to the roof. It had to be worth something equal to what we were asking. It was also, coincidentally, the same amount of time that Sophia gave Hunter to leave us, but she still hadn't arrived. I was hoping someone had knocked some sense into her head. For some reason, Easton insisted we do this outside, so here we were in the cold, like crazy people. At least there was a fire. We'd lit his outdoor brick fire pit, and it burned bright, warming me. Avery sat next to me, a scowl on his face, and I squeezed his hand gently. Christian was on the other side of Avery, leaning protectively against him, and I wondered if he was using his Jedi mental tricks to soothe him. Easton sat across the fire from me, his look confident. He had another pair of glasses on, and it made him look so damn sexy. Hunter sat on the other side of me, with his knee pressed into my thigh. Earlier, he'd attempted to talk to me again about Sophia's offer, but I held him off, even though he just wanted to talk about it. I just couldn't deal with the thought of losing him. I wouldn't let him be my sacrificial lamb. Now, every time he looked at me, his eyes held mine for a moment, and I knew he was trying to tell me something. I wanted to put my finger in my ears and sing la 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 la. I wouldn't give him a chance to be brave. Easton had explained that using magic was both a blessing and a burden. It was never free from consequences, whether good or bad. The best way to use it was to exchange it for something fair, an atonement of sorts. A lot of times, the exchange has been paid when an artifact is created. When you learn how to use a specific item, you wield the power of the sacrifice already given, but some things require more. A new sacrifice. Easton was certain that it wasn't necessary to use a powerful spell, so we wouldn't be required to sacrifice blood, just an item that meant something to us. And that something wasn't going to be Hunter. I was determined. Easton held his hand towards me.
Give me the book.
I gingerly passed it to Hunter, who passed it to him. Easton flipped through it, mumbling words I couldn't understand out loud as he studied the pages. Then he stopped and pressed his hand to one page.
Reformation of that which is lost.
He looked up.
Okay, everyone,
Easton continued.
Put your thing in the fire.
Christian threw a red sash in the fire.
It's from when I met the Dalai Lama, and it means a lot to me.
His eyes were soft as he looked up at me.
You changed my life, but I'll do this for you, and for the book and the Queen.
Thank you. Hunter hesitated for a second. Then he threw in a piece of paper.
It's a poem from the only girlfriend I ever liked.
He smirked.
She wrote it to me in 3rd grade.
I grinned. Then Easton grumpily threw a black cartridge into the fire.
It's my very first video game.
He sighed, his eyes glazing over the fire as he watched it melt. Then Avery pulled a locket of hair from his pocket and kissed it. It was Mia's. I was impressed with his sacrifice and almost thought it was too much, but he'd insisted. He threw it into the fire without saying a word. I pulled out a bag under my knees. I hadn't told anyone about my sacrifice because I was a little bit embarrassed about it. I didn't have anything to give, really, except my mother's necklace, and that was too much. I would never give that up. So what I decided on was the red bra that Avery bought me that first day. To me, it was symbolic of my beginning with the guys, as well as Avery being able to move on emotionally from Mia. It was the first hint that I could have anything more beyond Aaron, that they could see me as a sexual being instead of the weak wolf who couldn't shift. And that was important to me. My femininity and sexuality was something I valued. But throwing a bra into the fire was still kind of embarrassing, so I'd wrapped it in a paper bag I'd found and threw it in the fire, not explaining. The guys shot me a curious look, but didn't ask any questions. Then Easton held the book up to the light so he could read it. He cleared his throat and began to read. I didn't understand anything he said, but his voice moved like magic around me. I closed my eyes, feeling the caress of his voice as it weaved in and through me, wrapping me up in its promises. My necklace warmed the space between my breasts, and its magic pulsed through me. Suddenly the fire burned hotter, and I opened my eyes. It was a strong blaze that reached up far into the sky. We all scooted back and watched it burn. Then all eyes were on the book, which sat in Easton's lap, unchanged. We all jumped as a loud banging came from Hunter's apartment door, and I locked eyes with him. Had Sophia really sent someone to collect him? Ignoring the door, I looked at Easton. What's going on? Nothing's happened to the book. He frowned, then moved his finger along the words to the spell.
Maybe the sacrifices weren't enough.
He looked up, and his eyes expressed regret.
I think we need to sacrifice something stronger.
What? Easton, you said this wasn't a big deal. Hunter was touching my arm, but I shrugged him off.
I'm sorry. It's hard to understand their meaning sometimes, and the words even change. It's not an exact science, and I didn't expect it to need something so strong. It's a book, for heaven's sake.
Avery frowned.
A freaking magical book that's tied to the Queen.
I sighed loudly. It's okay. He didn't know. None of us did. In fact, this is on me. I was warned that I needed to take this more seriously.
I'm sorry, guys.
He looked at Hunter.
I was hoping I could make it happen without anyone having to give up their life for it.
We were all quiet, processing what he meant. There was another knock, more insistent. Then a wrenching jab stabbed me in the gut, and I cried out. I leaned forward as a wave of pain washed over me.
Lizzie, are you okay?
Suddenly my whole body exploded in agony as the pain grew into a burning, raging fire, tearing through my insides. I gripped Avery's knee. Hunter's arms wrapped around me, and he pulled me into his lap. His worried eyes stared into mine, and I knew what he was going to say. Pushing through the pain, I cried out, "If you say I told you so, I'm going to pour bleach into your shampoo!"
Elizabeth.
He gripped me close, his voice low and in pain. He thought that we hadn't given enough and that I was suffering because of it. He thought that he knew what we needed to do, that he would be the sacrifice required. "No! No way in hell!" I yelled this as I squished myself into a ball, trying to abate the burning in my stomach. It spread across my chest and into my hands and feet. "I need water!" Hunter put his hands on my head, and his healing power pushed through me. I relaxed for a moment, but I knew his healing was only temporary. It was still lingering in my stomach, a small, rolling ball of fire and heat.
Elizabeth, you're turning green.
I looked at my hands. Avery was right. My skin was turning green, and red blotchy spots spread up my arms. They were itchy as hell. Christian's anxious face moved over me.
What's happening?
Avery disappeared into Hunter's apartment. I looked over at Easton, scratching at my arms. "She told me not to cheat!" I thought about calling Ember or Liam. They'd given me their cell numbers before I left, but I couldn't remember where I'd put it. I hadn't expected to need it so soon. Easton stood up and came over to me.
We didn't cheat. We all sacrificed something.
But it wasn't enough. You even said that yourself.
There are some guys at your door, Hunter. I told them to go away, but they insisted on talking to you.
Avery sat next to me and began to rub a soothing lotion over my arms. I sighed in relief. It felt so good. But the burning in my stomach was growing again, and I groaned. Avery's voice was desperate.
Easton, how do we fix this? It's not going away.
Easton's finger flew over the page.
The words are changing.
He read them out loud.
Your success is determined by what you're willing to sacrifice for it. Those who sacrifice little gain little. Those who sacrifice much gain the desires of their heart. If you want something you've never had, you must be willing to do something you've never done. Beware those who take lightly this warning.
Hunter growled.
Damn it, Easton. It didn't say that before. I told you the words changed.
The burning was moving towards my chest again, and the itching at my arms was growing hot. I was burning from the inside and the outside. Avery was furiously rubbing lotion all over my hands and arms, but it wasn't working anymore. Christian spoke up.
We have to do something. We can't just let her suffer like this. What if it kills her?
Gah, you guys, dramatic much? This is nothing. I'm the fucking fated alpha. I'm stronger than Dumbledore. Ha! Poison smoison. Hunter tried to stand up, but I wouldn't let him go. No! There's no way in hell! I tried to smile, but grit my teeth instead, trying to withstand the pain as I clung to him. Even as his body wrapped around mine protectively, his eyes were saying yes.
Princess, you know this has to be done. There's no other way.
I gripped him close, tighter than I'd ever held him before. Don't be like Gandalf. I mean, the dude didn't even try. He just let himself go off that cliff. We'll find another way. I'm not letting you go. I held in the tears threatening to burst from my face.
I wouldn't let him go.
Then it won't be a true sacrifice, and you will suffer the punishment for what we did. I can't allow that. Not again.
Shut up, Hunter. You don't have to do this.
It may kill you if I don't.
It will kill me if you do. He kissed my forehead.
Then I know it is the right thing.
But there has to be something else. Something that I could give up. He held my cheeks in his hands, staring into my eyes intently.
You know this is the right thing. It's been prophesied by the dragon gods. You are the one to fulfill the prophecy. I am to be the sacrificial lamb.
You're delirious right now. I can't understand a freaking thing you're saying. I cried, tears streaming down my face now because I was beginning to realize that this was going to happen and there was nothing I could do to stop it. The pack always came first. The queen must survive to rule another day. True alphas give up what they want the most if it's for the good of the pack. But I still clutched to him, unwilling to admit to the truth, that he was right, that I must give him up, otherwise it wouldn't be a sacrifice. But I couldn't. I wouldn't give him up. I'd lost my parents and Aaron. I couldn't lose him too. He traced my tears with his fingers, and then he pulled me close, and his lips were enveloping mine. He kissed me so deeply, with such forcefulness that I could feel the raw fear he felt. He was afraid too. But Hunter, he was like me. He knew that we were here to serve the pack, that true leaders protected the pack above all else. And yet I clung to the lifeline that he gave me, wishing and hoping that it wasn't real, that this was only a nightmare and that I would wake up in his bed with his arms around me. But I couldn't deny it. I knew in the core of my being that this was the truth, that he was my sacrifice, and it cut me open to the core. His lips lingered on mine until I knew that he had made his decision. He was certain. But he couldn't do it alone. I had to be the one to make the decision, to suffer the loss. Otherwise he would go and all would be for nothing. It had to be me. His eyes were torn, not wanting to let me go, but knowing that he would if I agreed. I enveloped his lips in one last kiss, letting the heat rush through me, pulsing and throbbing and aching, wrapping me with its intensity, holding me with its adoration. He gasped, and then murmured in my ear as his hands clung to my head, pressing me tighter to his chest.
You are my mate, Elizabeth, and I will never stop fighting for you.
I nodded, and the power of my wolf roared through me possessively. You are mine, Hunter. I will find a way to win you back. He nodded, and then I knew it was time. Delaying it any longer would only make things worse. And so, I let him go. A mixture of fear and confusion swirled in his eyes, and it broke my heart to see it, to feel it. But then he nodded, and his eyes became fearless in his decision, his body steady and sure. He took one final glance at me before pushing his healing power into me, and then Avery's arms were around me, and Hunter was turning away from me.
Hunter.
Easton stood up to face him.
Don't do this. We can find a different way.
Hunter frowned.
Look at her. I have to do something.
He didn't say goodbye to anyone else, or wait for them to react. The air shimmered around him, and Hunter flew into the air, the most glorious dragon and warrior I'd ever known, honor-bound to his queen and his love for me. I dragged myself to Hunter's apartment, and as soon as I entered, I was bombarded with questions from Riley. I could only stare at her as she screamed at me, at the guys, for letting him go, and to get those guys at the door the hell out of here. She was right. Of course she was. Everything was my fault. I'd dragged these guys into my world, what seemed to be never-ending, horrible losses, and now they were becoming a part of that. Easton pulled her into his arms, and I passed by them in a daze. Hunter hated Sophia, and now he was going to live with her for the rest of his life. For me, for the kingdom. I didn't deserve that kind of loyalty, and yet he'd given it willingly. I laid on Hunter's bed, sobbing and clutching my stomach. The burning was beginning to subside, but the ache in my heart, in my soul, was more excruciating. I wet his pillow with my tears,
wishing I'd been braver, wishing I'd been stronger to tell him no. No, it was too much. Forget me, forget the rest of the guys. Hunter was going to have to live with that woman. No matter the magic of the bonding power, how could she ever make him happy? He was too loyal, too giving, too fierce in his love. She did not deserve him. I climbed under his covers, and the smell of him wrapped around my senses. Gripping my hand to my stomach, I determined that I would give myself this one night. One night of sadness. One night of heartbroken melancholy. And then I would be brave. For the guys. For Hunter. And I would fix that stupid book no matter what. The bed moved, and then Avery's arms surrounded me. I nuzzled back into his arms, feeling the warming heat from his body. He didn't say anything, just stroked my hand with his thumb. Then Easton slid in on the other side of me, and I put my arm around his chest, feeling his slow and steady heartbeat against my wrist. I looked up and saw that Christian was easing into the bed next, with Trader tucked under his arm. I reached across Avery to squeeze Christian's hand and to give Trader a gentle rub. She shimmied out of Christian's arms and pranced to the top of the bed to settle down, the queen of us all. I pulled the covers over all of us, feeling the warmth of my guys surround me, knowing that it would never be the same without Hunter, but at least I still had them. I awoke the next morning with an aching feeling in my stomach, but feeling more determined than ever to fix this. To fix the book and then go after Hunter. There was no way I was going to take this lying down. I shimmied down the bed so as not to disturb the rest of the guys. Trader was sleeping on Easton's head, and his arm was thrown around the curve of her back. Christian had his arm around Avery, and I stifled my giggle. I tiptoed out of the room and rummaged through my bag to find new clothes. After dressing quickly and brushing my teeth, I steeled myself. Having clean clothes made me feel fresh and ready to take on the world. I heard Riley's shower running, and I ate a banana and a muffin outside her door until I thought she was dressed. Then I knocked softly and peeked my head in. Her eyes were puffy and red, and she sat on her bed looking at a picture of her family. She looked up at me, and a stabbing, guilty sensation moved through my chest. "Riley, I'm going to fix this. I promise." She nodded. "You'd better." "I will." I turned to go, but then looked back. "The guys are asleep. I'd like them to stay that way for now." She gave me a knowing look, and then I softly shut her door. The magic book was on the side table, and I picked it up gently, along with a blanket, and went out to the roof garden. The blast of cold made me breathe in sharply, and I wrapped the blanket around me tight. I lit the fire again and sat next to it. The page Easton was reading from was marked, and I gently moved the pages to find it. Many of the pages were scorched black, the words to the spells burnt off. Others were eaten by the acid of the lake. A sadness pulsed from the book. I could swear that the book was alive and had feelings, and right now it was heartbroken. I felt sorry and somber that because of me the ancient relic had been degraded to this state. I turned the pages determinedly. I would fix this. I found the marked page and studied the words. Well, I wouldn't call them words, they were more like symbols. It reminded me of the elven symbols in the Hobbit books. Dang it, how was I going to make this work? I closed my eyes and thought of my conversation with the Queen. She'd said that I had the power within me. I just had to figure out how to use it. I settled the book in my lap and breathed in and out deeply. I used Christian's techniques to delve deeper into my mind, trying to find my core. I knew I could do this. I slowed my breathing. There was a bird calling. The morning was still. Most people were still asleep. I could barely feel the tendrils of the sun beginning to warm my face. Finally, my mind began to calm itself, and I called to my wolf to protect and guide me. And she answered. I was a descendant of the goddess Luna, one of the most powerful magical beings. I had magic in my blood. I was magic. The necklace grew warm. I opened my eyes, and the words shimmered and twisted. and then they were readable. I thought of Hunter, the sacrifice that he'd given, that I'd given, to give him up. And then I read the words out loud. The fire roared again, just like last night, and I stared at the book, willing it to mend itself. Then a heaviness pressed against me, and I was knocked back by a magical force. I passed out, and the vision came to me. The book was real. It was a living thing, and I had destroyed it by using it carelessly. The book held the secrets of the mages for centuries, secrets that were lost as shifters relied more on their shifter abilities instead of the true magic within them. The magic connected to Queen Aria had been passed down to her by her mother, who received it from her father. Their magic was as old as time, passed through the generations. It weaved through the time like an intricately woven tapestry. But someone was on the other end, pulling a string. It was an evil that was growing, and it was seeping through the tapestry like a dark, oily stain, destroying it. I had to fix the book. I had to save the queen. And I had to sacrifice everything. 7. When I opened my eyes, I knew what I had to do. I felt the call of the void. I lay on the ground, staring up at the newly dawning sky, watching flakes of snow drift towards me as tears tracked down my face. Then I got up, put out the fire, and wrote a letter for the guys. Riley's music murmured softly through her door, and I wrote another note for her. Then I threw some clothes into a bag and put the book on top. I snuck out of the apartment and, passing the great and dozing doorman, went out the back door. My wolf was already connected with my emotions. We were becoming more united, and her magic slipped over me easily this time. I couldn't deal with what I had to do in human form, and so my wolf would help me. Picking up the bag with my teeth, I padded silently through the streets, sniffing my way towards Gerard's house. When I arrived there, the door was already slightly open. I nudged it and slipped inside, feeling the queen's magic as it flowed over my body. Then I moved deeper into the room until I came to the one where I'd met with the queen. Ember and Liam were sitting cross-legged on the bed, waiting for me. They both had on velvet cloaks, like the one Gerard had given me, with comfortable clothing on underneath. I jumped up onto the bed and sat next to them. Ember spoke first.
We heard about Hunter.
I whined, and she pat my head.
We knew you would come here when you realized what you needed to do.
I lay down, putting my head on my paws, and cried salty tears that ran down my muzzle and dissolved into the comforter. Liam placed his hand on my head. It was heavy and warm, and also comforting.
If it makes you feel better, know that you are not the only one to give deeply, but it is what is required of us.
I blew air through my mouth, making a flapping noise, but then settled calmly, moving my tail slowly to let them know that I was ready. I had to do this quickly and now, or I would never do it. Liam took his hand off my head and gestured towards the bag.
Is the book in there?
I pushed at it softly with my nose, and he unzipped it and pulled out the book. Then he placed my bag on the floor. He placed the book in the center of us three. Apparently, they didn't need to read the spell. They had the words memorized. I huffed. Show-offs. They both placed one hand on top of my neck. They closed their eyes, and Ember spoke. She spoke of the magic that ran through her blood, of the sacrifices that she'd given to protect the magic, and her story was a sad and soulful one. Then she spoke of my history, of King Roark, who gave up his pack to be with the love of his life, the goddess Luna, of Luna, who gave up her most treasured magical necklace to give it to the man she loved, of my sacrifice, to give up the men who'd saved me, who were connected to me with a bond I'd yet to understand, but who were in my heart, the men who gave me everything. As she spoke, I felt her magic flow through my body. It started out soft and probing, but as it slowly moved through me, it gradually became harsher, more demanding. My bones began to ache, and my energy waned. My pulse skyrocketed. The wolf inside me growled and pushed against it. I fought against every instinct to push back. I focused on my guys to try to allow the magic to do its work. The protective way that Hunter always took care of me, and the protective nature he brought out in me. Soft and gentle Christian who was always trying to heal, to help, but a warrior when it was needed. Easton, who demanded that we live up to what was expected of us, but fought like hell for us. And Avery, my hurt little moody bird, who would kill me if he knew I saw him that way. The pain I felt from the magic pulling from my body was nothing compared to the way I felt about losing my guys. It was sharp and agonizing, and it tore me apart. And yet I knew that I had to do it. The decision had been made years ago, when I was taught that the pack comes first. I knew that this was the right thing to do. I had to give of myself to save them. It was honorable. Ember completed the words of the spell, and I gave a great stifling motion as all of the oxygen was sucked out of the room. My lungs burned for only a second, and then it came rushing back through the room with a loud bang. Light blared from the book, and it rose into the air, all by itself. I stared at it in awe. It was like in the motherfucking movies. The light flowed through the book, and its pages flipped as they repaired themselves. A warm, glowy feeling flowed through me, and I knew that the damn book was thanking me. After a few minutes, the light dimmed, and the book drifted back to the bed. The warm feeling I had drained out of me as I understood that I no longer was bound to the guys. They were mine no longer. I couldn't breathe. I tried to take in deep breaths. The bond was gone. I was empty. I was alone. I had nothing left. I saw the ring on Liam's finger, on Ember's. I thought about the bond that they had, how they protected each other, that no matter what hell was going on around them, they'd made a promise to help each other, and that promise had saved my life. Something like that was worth fighting for. My guys were worth fighting for. I had to find a way to save the Queen and my relationship with my guys. And yet, had I given up all feeling for them when I sacrificed my bond? I searched my feelings, realizing that I still felt something for them. I took in a big gulp of air, and relief flowed through me. I'd sacrificed my bond with them, but it wasn't just the bond that drew us together. My feelings for them were real. And yet there had to be a catch, something else, because this was supposed to be a sacrifice. What had Riley told me? Sophia had to respect the bond because it was my official claim on them. Obviously, Sophia didn't respect it enough. She'd outright asked Hunter to bind himself to her right in front of my face. And yet there was a very subtle but very real distance between her and the guys. I thought that it was because of their past, but now I realized that it was because I'd staked my claim on them. Sophia had to give them the opportunity to find William in Hawaii. Just like now, she had to find a reason to get me out of the picture. She had no clue the importance that the book had to the Queen. She only used it as bait to get me out of the picture. And because it was so important to the Queen had taken the bait. Sophia was their boss, but she wasn't their alpha. And by staking my claim on them, I'd offered myself in that role. So my bond with the guys protected my relationship with them somewhat. And now I'd given that up. I growled, certain that now she would find out and do whatever in her power to take them from me. All of them. She'd already done that with Hunter, and now she'd be going after the other guys. There was no way in hell I was going to let that fly. I had to figure out another way to bind myself to them, and I was going to start with Hunter. Then I felt Liam's stare, and I turned to him.
I have to warn you, Elizabeth. You cannot go back to the way things were, even if your team is willing to be with you again. If you ignore my warning, there will be grave consequences. On you, the team, and especially on the Queen. You could get sick again, or the Queen's power could wane, or something could happen to your team, and in their line of work it could be something very bad. Don't risk it.
Damn it, how did he know what I was thinking? And yet I wouldn't put their lives at risk, or the Queen's. There had to be a way to get them back, though. I wasn't going to just accept this. I didn't answer him, and he began to move off the bed.
Easton still has charge over this book. Would you like me to give it back to him?
I nodded. Ember pushed to the side of the bed.
Gerard says that you are welcome to stay here until we can find another place for you.
I closed my eyes, so sick of others taking care of me. I growled, deciding then and there that I would find a way to access my and my parents' bank account, that or get a friggin' job. She pat my head, understanding me.
Well, you can stay here for as long as you wish.
They both moved towards the door, and I saw them hold hands. They hesitated at the door, and Liam turned back.
Edward spoke with Hunter. He says...
Liam hesitated, and I inwardly cringed. I had a feeling I wasn't going to like what he was about to say.
He says that Hunter has asked you to come to the bonding ceremony. He knows he's asking a lot, but that's the only way he can make it through it.
The room was quiet as I absorbed this.
I wasn't going to tell you because I knew how you would feel right now after giving everything up, but I thought that I should tell you. It's only fair to you to let you make the choice.
I sat up, my ears flat. What did he mean by right now?
Sophia called her lawyers in the middle of the night, and now she's rushed the ceremony. It's in 30 minutes.
Overcome with emotion, I howled. Mother freaking bitch, that stupid whore! I shifted and the words spilled from my mouth. They looked at me, surprised. Is there any way possible for me to be with them again? I gripped Ember's arm tight. I have to try at least. They gave each other a look, and I jumped off the bed. Tell me! I yanked my clothes out of my bag and pulled them on.
All magic requires sacrifice. To earn back that which you have given requires strength and courage. You can fight to earn your men back, but I'm not sure how you're going to do that for Hunter with so little time.
I put on my shoes and socks. I don't care. Take me to him. I'll figure out a way. I was severely underdressed to the ceremony, but I didn't care about being dressed up for Sophia's stupid forced binding ceremony. So far, the waiting room was filled with about 50 other people, mostly older people, dressed to the nines. The only other people not dressed up were the guys. We'd called them on the way here. As soon as they saw me, they made a beeline my way, and I blanched. I didn't know if I was ready for this. Avery got to me first.
What the hell did you do, Elizabeth?
I explained in the letter. I had to do it. He frowned.
We could have come up with something.
Christian moved next to him.
Chill out, Avery.
Then he looked at me, and his eyes were soft, sad.
You didn't have to do that.
I did. Easton joined them.
We felt the magic break.
You did. They all nodded. How? Christian shrugged.
It just feels different. Hard to explain. Do you feel different?
I nodded. Yes, it's different. The bond isn't as strong. Avery looked away, scowling.
You fixed the book?
Easton was so serious, as always. I nodded, and he sighed.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
He hesitated, and then his eyes darkened.
But that was the stupidest thing I've ever seen you do.
I blanched. They were really pissed. Christian stepped forward, frowning.
You could have at least spoken to us first.
I felt horrible. I know, I'm sorry, but I just couldn't do it. I knew if I looked into your eyes and told you what I had to do that I wouldn't be able to go through with it. But I knew that this was what I had to do. I had no choice. I swear the book told me what to do. I stared at the floor, regretting now that I didn't say anything to them first. I took in a deep breath. I am sorry that I didn't let you be a part of the decision. I straightened my back. But it's time for me to start taking responsibility for my life now and how it's affecting you. I can't expect you guys to fix my problems all the time. If I'm going to take my place as Alpha, I need to make the hard choices. They were silent, still upset, but none argued with my logic. Christian nodded slightly, then looked away, betraying for a second the pain he was feeling. So, I looked at Easton. The magic bond from my necklace is gone? He nodded, and my stomach dropped. And how do you guys feel? Do you all feel the same as before? Avery's eyes narrowed on me.
Yes.
Easton took my hand.
The binding is a claim from your wolf to our dragon, an invitation to bind with you permanently. But everything we ever felt was real. Nothing in this has been involuntary.
Are you sure? What about all of this? I waved my arms at them. Tangled mess. I like all of you. Can you deal with sharing? I looked at Christian when I said this. He frowned, but Easton is the one who answered me.
I can't speak for the rest of the guys, but I would like the opportunity to spend more time together, to have a chance to make us work. I've never met someone like you.
He gripped my chin and stared into my eyes.
I do have feelings for you, Elizabeth. Give me the chance to show them.
I nodded, held by the intensity of his gaze, then turned to Christian. Do you feel the same way? Christian hesitated, biting his lip. Then he softly tugged his fingers through my hair.
Pinky, give me the chance to show you how I feel. That's all I'm asking right now. Give me that first.
I nodded and took his hand, squeezing it. I was touched and relieved that they still felt the same way. Avery spoke.
So how do we fix this? I refuse to give you up, to lose you after everything we've been through.
If we just act the same as before, I think there may be consequences on the book. Easton's stare burned into me.
Or on you.
I nodded. Liam said there could be consequences on all of us, but he also said that I can earn you back, whatever that means. The guys glanced at each other. What? Easton answered me.
We've been talking about it ever since we got your note. There is one idea. We don't have an alpha of our unit, but Sophia is basically our boss. Challenge her for alpha of our group, and then you will be ours, and we will be yours. Sophia will have a lot less power over us, and I would definitely say that fits the requirements.
I nodded, thirsty to take my power back from that woman, to show her that I wasn't going to take anything lying down. Okay, I'll do it. I looked around the room. Where are they? Right now I'm worried about Hunter. Easton pointed towards the back.
They're getting ready in the back room.
Okay. I started walking away, but blew a kiss their way. I'm going to see what I can do to stop this. They gave me a thumbs up, and Avery growled.
Go win him back from that bitch.
Sophia wasn't in the back room, but Hunter was there, pacing. He was wearing a formal suit with a silver tie, and he looked so handsome. As soon as he saw me, his face lit up and he rushed towards me.
Oh, thank God. I wasn't sure if you would come.
I gripped his hand tight. I wish we didn't have to do this. He swallowed hard.
I wish I could kiss you right now.
I smirked, biting my lip. I wouldn't mind if you did. He put his arm around me, laying his forehead on mine, and whispered,
What can we do, Elizabeth?
His voice betrayed his fear. I forced his chin up to look into my eyes. You can't just leave Sophia. Liam said if we just go back to the way things were, then it would be as if we didn't even make the sacrifice in the first place. I swallowed hard. But Liam says that I can win you back. I'm not sure how, but if we do something to earn back our bond, then we can be together again. Hope sparked in his eyes.
He did?
I nodded, and a grin spread up his face.
How?
I frowned. I'm not sure. His eyes tightened.
I have an idea, but I'm not sure it will work, and
His voice caught.
I'm afraid of what will happen if it doesn't work.
We have to try. My voice was fierce. Tell me what it is.
I can try to fight the binding power.
I frowned. Has anyone done it before?
Not that I know of, but usually people want to bind themselves together.
I growled. Stupid Sophia. Okay, we can do this. I pressed myself closer to him, and the heat from his body traveled into mine. Screw Sophia and screw this ceremony. The book is fixed. I had to sacrifice. I looked away. I had to give up everyone. All of the guys. He was silent as his eyes probed mine. Then he swallowed hard. But I'm going to challenge Sophia for Alpha and find a way to win them back. But for now, you and me, we're going to fight this. He growled.
Yes, I will fight this, for us, for you. I made myself a promise to do whatever it took to keep you safe. Last night, that was to give myself up. Today, it's to fight to be back with you.
I nodded, then stepped up on my tippy toes to envelop his mouth with mine. You belong to me, Hunter. I will fight for you. My lips were on his, and he clasped me tight, pouring desire and strength into me. His hand stroked my side.
Promise me you'll stand where I can see you.
I nodded. Then Sophia's presence was at our side, and she cleared her throat. I turned to face her. She was wearing a black strapless dress that folded into a soft gray skirt. If she wasn't wearing her bitch face, I'd say she looked beautiful. Remembering the words of my father to never let your enemies know until you're ready to play your hand, I smiled at her. Just saying goodbye. She sneered at me.
Great.
She leaned over to kiss Hunter on the lips, but he just stared at her, surprised. I resisted the urge to punch her face in. She shooed me with her hands.
Now leave.
I just smiled. Okay, Sophia. Bye-bye. I wiggled my fingers at her, then gave Hunter a meaningful glance and walked towards the main room. If gaudy could be described in 2 words, it was Sophia's taste. As I moved into the room where the ceremony was going to be, I stared around me in shock. There were ornamental gold things everywhere. Furniture, trees, even large golden figs draping from the trees. I was in awe of her resourcefulness to bring together so much ugliness in one space. And that's where the awe stopped. A large altar dominated the front of the room. The gilded mirror behind it reflected the faces of the people who were beginning to sit down. They chatted animatedly. Maybe they were so excited because they never thought Sophia could catch a man, or dragon, whatever. My eyes boggled when I saw the reflection of the cool face of Andre standing towards the back of the room. He looked bored. 2 large, gold, unlit fire torches were featured behind the gold altar in the front of the room. I wondered if they were supposed to light them as symbolism for their bright future together. Plus, they were dragons. I was sure their culture was fascinated with fire. I wondered if anyone would notice if I guzzled it down with a fire hose or something. Wouldn't that be funny? Oh, too bad, Sophia. Your ugly fire thingy didn't light. I stood next to the wall, just a short way down. Far enough down to not be noticed by most people, but close enough that Hunter could see me. Avery stood next to me with his hand around my waist, caressing my side softly. Easton was on my left, standing with his arms folded and a serious look on his face. Christian was a bookend to Easton, with the same stance and face, but on the other side of Avery. And I was nervous about them being with me, too. Liam said we couldn't just go back to how we were before. What did that mean? So far, I felt nothing. No sickness, no threat. I let them stay there, even if it was just for now. I knew that soon enough I would have a huge fight on my hands, so I'd be with them while I could. Suddenly the room grew silent, and I realized that Sophia and Hunter had appeared at the side of the room. I gulped in a breath, and my stomach began to squirm. Damn it, only the bride and groom were supposed to be nervous on a day like this. There was no walking down the middle of the aisle or wedding songs. Hunter and Sophia moved towards the center of the room together. Her arm was tucked into his. He had a frozen smile on his face, but Sophia absolutely glowed. It made me wonder if she really loved him. She looked so happy. She said that she wanted to marry him for convenience sake, that his status in society would propel her forward in her career. But was it really? Did she really just know in her heart that she would never have him unless she manipulated him by threatening what he loved the most? I rolled my eyes. Yeah, 'cause that always worked. As they walked to the center of the room, a man in a dark suit and somber eyes waited for them at the altar, looking out over the sea of people that had arrived during the time I was with Hunter. As soon as they found their place across from him, Hunter's eyes searched for me. When he saw me, his face relaxed a bit, and I tried to smile at him. My stomach clenched with nerves. I was so anxious whether or not this would work. What if I lost him forever? Dark suit.
Let's take a moment to pause from the story and enjoy a few peaceful minutes of music, just for your relaxation. This free audiobook is our gift to you. Thank you for being here.
Dude cleared his throat at Hunter, who tore his gaze away from me to look up. Sophia's back was stiff, and I could see a skewed reflection of her face in the mirror. Her lips were twisted up in a triumphant grin that clearly showed she thought she was winning here, but as soon as she saw Hunter's distracted stare in my direction, she narrowed her eyes, and her mouth moved into a firm line. My distorted view of the mirror made her cheekbones look wide and her nose small, and I imagined her as one of those funny-looking people that toured with a circus. I put a red nose on her face. Looking at her that way, instead of the powerful dragon that she really was, made my nerves calm, somewhat. Darksuit started the ceremony with a joke about this being a shotgun binding, and everyone laughed politely. Personally, I didn't find it very funny. I'd like to take a shotgun to that bitch right now. He turned toward Sophia and Hunter, his posture formal and courtly.
Friends and family of the dragons before me, you are here to witness the union of these two very special people, Hunter Larsen and Sophia Sorensen. They stand here today to publicly express their devotion and love for each other.
He paused dramatically, and my palms started to sweat. Tingles shot from my hands up into my chest. Hunter's face grew pale, and Sophia gripped his arm harshly.
When Sophia called and told me she was marrying her soulmate, I was honored to be chosen to be the one to bind such a union.
Darksuit glanced at Sophia, who gave him a nod.
I haven't until now had a chance to meet Hunter, but I can tell.
At this, he looked at Hunter and paused unexpectedly to take in the pale complexion and wide eyes staring back at him. His mouth moved, but no words came out, and then he looked back up at the audience. There was an awkward silence, and Sophia gave out a soft but low, warning growl. Darksuit snapped his face to her and cleared his throat. Then he forced a smile and faced the audience.
I can tell he's an honorable and, loyal dragon.
At this, he cleared his throat again and rushed the next words.
Let's get these two bound, shall we?
Suddenly, this became very real, and a wave of panic washed over me. What was I doing? I was just standing here, waiting to see if Hunter could fight the binding power. I had a lot of faith in Hunter, but this was crazy. Why couldn't I have been smart enough to think of something else? Heart pounding, my thoughts spiraled as fear took over me. What if he couldn't fight it and he was stuck with her forever? What if he actually thought he loved her? What if he forgot about his feelings for me? Christian maneuvered around Avery and grabbed my hips. He leaned against the back wall and pulled me to him, ensconcing me in his arms. Closing my eyes, I buried myself into his embrace, trying to slow down my breathing, trying to calm my mind. A soft wave of warmth moved through me, and I cleared my mind, allowing his power to move through my body. His hands were strong and firm around my hips, pressing me against his chest protectively. Then my airways cleared and I could breathe again. I gulped in a breath of air. I could do this. Hunter could do this. I opened my eyes and focused on the front of the room. Darksuit was blabbing on about love and all that crap that everyone in the room knew was bullshit but didn't stop him from sticking to the norm. He was probably too afraid of Sophia to say anything else. Hunter stole a glance my way, a worried look on his face. I smiled, trying to reassure him, then stuck my tongue out. The sides of his lips ticked upwards. Then his face grew serious, and he put his hand on his chest, right over his heart, and stared right at me. A warm glow washed over me. I knew he meant to say that his heart belonged to me. I wanted to melt on the floor right then and there. I glanced at the floor to make sure I wasn't a pile of mush. Suddenly, dark red wings appeared from behind Darksuit, and I gasped. No one else in the room reacted, though, so this must be normal. They were about the same size as Avery's, and they spread out across the front of the room. Hunter and Sophia were kneeling, and my stomach lurched. I knew we were coming up to something important. Darksuit wrapped a ribbon around Sophia's wrist, which was resting on the altar. Then he turned to Hunter, who was staring at me with a panicked look. I let my stare burn into him, not letting him look away. Then I slowly nodded my head. You can do this. He took in a deep breath. Then his face became more determined. He held his wrist out, and Darksuit, who had a severe frown on his face, wrapped the ribbon around Hunter's wrist. He stood back and asked Sophia to repeat the words to the binding ceremony. Sophia's repeated words were loud and confident, and even though she rushed them like she wanted to get through it quickly, her dragon power came alive in the room. I stared at it in awe, knowing that she truly was immensely powerful. She wasn't even trying that hard, but it felt authoritative and demanding, and it glowed a bright orange around her. I couldn't deny that it was potent. Then Darksuit turned to Hunter and asked Hunter to repeat the words. My hands clinched Christian's tight. I knew this was it. My heart pounded in my ears, and I focused on Hunter, pushing all of my power towards him. His eyes were on mine as he repeated the words, and his power came alive, powerful and forceful, except his was a roar compared to Sophia's. She may be lightning, but he was thunder, and his power moved in waves across the room. And in that moment, all I could think about was how much I felt for him. Even though he was binding himself to another woman, I wanted to rush across the room and throw myself into his arms. He was my warrior and my mate, my heart and soul. He belonged at my side with me and the rest of the guys. I grit my teeth against the binding power that was now flowing through the room, fighting the pull with all my might. I could tell by the look on Hunter's face that he was trying to do the same thing. I let my anger fuel my focus. Suddenly, Sophia jumped up and put her arms around Hunter, enveloping him in a hug. Sophia knew he was fighting against the binding power, and she was determined to make him hers. She imposed her power over him, trying to force him to complete the binding. Darksuit stumbled back, a look of shock on his face, and the crowd mirrored his surprise. Some even jumped out of their seats to shout at the couple. But Sophia's power grew stronger. It pulsed around them in a bright orange ball of energy. She was trying now. The torches at the front of the room burst into flame. Magic flew through the room, crushing and overwhelming. It was a battle of wills between two powerful and determined dragons. Hunter closed his eyes, an intense expression on his face as he said the last of the words. I thought of my mother's necklace and the story that my father had told me, that the necklace gave the wearer the desires of their heart. I didn't believe that this was the same necklace, but what if it was? I channeled my energy into it, and it glowed warmly at my neck. I poured all of my heart into my magic, understanding now that our shifter abilities aren't just about becoming the beast that lies within us. We were ancient creatures, given slices of divinity that we could channel. I poured every ounce into my desire, my love, my need to be with Hunter. My instincts came alive. I was a mythical, divine creature, and he was my mate. The guys at my side pushed their power into me, compounding it, and suddenly we were the most powerful creatures in the room. A blast of blue energy burst from us, momentarily sucking all of the oxygen out of the room, and the fire was extinguished. Everyone gasped. Sophia's knees trembled, and she almost fell forward. Hunter's eyes were on me, and I kept pushing my power towards him. Then our power flowed through the room, along with such a large rush of power that it overtook me. Hunter took a step back, pulling himself out of Sophia's embrace, and everyone stilled. Easton and Avery leaned forward, anxious to hear what Hunter would say. Christian's fingers on my hips tightened. And then Hunter spoke.
Sophia, I cannot be your mate.
His voice, clear and strong, rang through the now silent room. A wave of euphoria rushed over me, and I jumped up, elated. Hunter was still mine. The crowd drew in a collective gasp of breath, shocked at the announcement. He continued.
I've never loved you, and I never will. You've done everything in your power to manipulate me, and I won't stand for it any longer.
He calmly took off the binding ribbon, rolled it up, and placed it in her palm, to her absolute amazement. He closed her fingers over it.
I choose to be with Elizabeth, and damned be the consequences.
For a split second, Sophia's face betrayed her absolute heartbreak. And then it hardened. All eyes in the room were on her, except for mine. They were only for Hunter. A frail woman hobbled to her feet and turned, pointing her finger at me. "It's the wolf!" Her eyes narrowed at me, hatred spewing from them. "You slut!" The room erupted in chaos. Several people turned in their seats to glare at me. Others didn't stay seated. They were up in arms, yelling at Hunter, yelling at me. I've never seen so many old people react so fast. The dragon magic in the room quickly spiked, and I struggled to take a breath. A blonde woman raced towards me, scales flying behind her as her shifter powers sparked, like a metal spoon in a microwave going haywire. Avery, Christian, and Easton immediately pressed closer to protect me. Christian took my arm and led me towards the side door, while Avery blocked her and anyone else's path. Easton had his hand out, trying to placate her.
Now, Aunt Mercury, this was Hunter's decision.
Andre stood off to the side, his only reaction a cool, smug look. I turned to glance at Hunter. Sophia was screaming at him, her hands waving animatedly, but he only stared at her, his hands casually in his pockets, and the biggest grin on his face. And then Christian pushed me out of the room as Aunt Mercury clawed at Avery, who was growling at her to back off. I left the chaos behind me, a little nervous about the hell that Sophia was going to rain down on me, my guys, on Hunter. She was still their boss, and there was little doubt that she was going to make our lives miserable, especially since I'd given up my bond with the guys. I was sure she would find out. The only question was when. I also had to deal with the consequences of how I would deal with that. If I challenged Sophia for Alpha, then I would actually have to fight her. And, to be honest, she scared me a little. But I would do it anyway, because I would do anything to have my guys back. And if it meant to fight the devil bitch herself, then I would do it. Christian led me towards the street, and the cool air hit my face. I breathed in deeply, then looked back towards the building. Avery had some scratches on his face, but other than that, he looked okay. Ruffled and angry, but okay. Someone had cut Easton's tie, and it looked hilariously short. He noticed me looking at his tie, and his lips twisted up into a smile. He grabbed my hand and pulled me close, pressing his forehead into mine.
Totally worth it.
Surprised by his reaction, I leaned into him, and he put his head over mine. He was warm. Then Christian jumped in on the hug, wrapping his arms around us and squeezing us tight.
That was the best ever. Did you see the look on Sophia's face? Now, every time she's bitching at me, I'm just going to imagine that look. How much you want to bet she'll avoid Hunter from here on? She was so embarrassed. Maybe she'll never show her face again, and we can all live happily ever after.
Easton laughed, and then we moved apart. I looked at Avery, who was standing to the side, an amused look on his face. I held out my hand, and he took it. Then we walked towards Hunter's car, and Easton opened the door for me, bowing low and sweeping his hand exaggeratedly.
Milady?
I grinned and climbed in, and even though I knew this was probably the last time we would be together for a while, I pushed all my worries away and just relished in the fact that I had the best fucking guys in the world, and that Sophia had none. Epilogue. I stood against the back wall, a drink in my hands, watching the celebrations in the room. I felt so strange, so alone and empty to be without the guys. I'd obeyed Liam's advice and hadn't seen them in 2 weeks. Each day was suffocating torture, one day after another of an emptiness in my chest. As fun as Riley was, I missed my guys, and currently they were spread throughout the room at another one of the Queen's dances. Seeing them here but not being able to touch them or talk to them was causing a panic to rise in my chest. I'd had nightmares every single night of losing my parents all over again, of the guys leaving me for someone else. I woke up in sweat-drenched clothes and then couldn't go back to sleep. I poured all of my anxiety into my training, trying to beat my frustration out on the punching bag. But all I could think of was that I couldn't lose them. I had to find a way to win them back. Hunter was gone also. Sophia kept him held up in legal battles, and he told me that it was better to stay away from each other until they got things separated. A girl grabbed a hold of Christian's arm and leaned up to whisper in his ear. I growled, gripping the glass in my hand so tight that it shattered, cutting my hand. He wasn't mine any longer, for now, but I was going to rip her head off. I slammed the remnants of the glass on the passing waiter's tray and grabbed a napkin to wipe at the blood dripping down my hand. It was already healing. Christian smiled politely, then took a step back, causing her to teeter on her 3-inch heels. He touched her arm lightly, just to steady her, then he said something else and walked away. His glance at me told me that he missed me as much as I missed him. In that moment, I wanted to say screw you to the magical world around me and go get my guys. They were mine, magical bond or not. I imagined leaving this place to find a nice, quiet place to live out all my fantasies, sexual and otherwise. My lips lifted into a grin, but then I sighed. Unfortunately, I was raised better than that. Pack, or race in this case, was more important. I had to keep my word to the Queen by holding my end of the sacrifice. But that didn't mean that I wasn't going to find a way to get them back. I was determined to do it. I turned away from the room. I'd hoped that just seeing them would have made me feel better, but it had only made things worse. I should have taken Riley up on her offer to watch shoot-'em-up movies all night. Rubbing my forehead, I wondered why the hell I came here in the first place. Oh yeah, Hunter had asked me to come, but he wasn't here, and it was driving me crazy. Ever since the bonding ceremony, I hadn't been allowed to see him. Until tonight. I scanned the room, waiting in anticipation for the sight of him. Where was he? I could see all of the guys except for him, and I longed to feel his touch on me. If I couldn't have them all right now, at least I could have him. It had been too long, and now I was feeling antsy. His absence made me realize how much I felt for him, and I had to at least put my eyes on him to feel his presence, even if it was just a glance my way. Then the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end as his breath moved over my neck.
Elizabeth.
I didn't move, didn't turn towards him, but suddenly my mouth was dry and I swallowed hard. Every nerve in my body was on fire with that one word. Yes. I swallowed hard.
Come with me.
Hunter pulled his fingers through mine and led me from the room. As we slipped out the back door, I saw Avery watch us leave the room with an envious stare. I grit my teeth, determined. I would fix this. We walked silently through the halls until we came to the room Hunter was looking for. The whole way, my hand buzzed with the contact. Tingles raced up my arm, causing my breathing to increase. Damn, I'd missed him so much. After picking the lock, his hand was on the doorknob, squeezing it tight when he looked at me. His eyes stared into mine with a ferocity that could only be Hunter, the dragon warrior, and I was his prey.
Elizabeth.
He swallowed hard.
Have you had sex with any of the other guys?
I was stunned into silence. No.
But I need to know. Do you have feelings for the other guys?
I considered my answer. I do. He raised an eyebrow.
Even Easton?
Yes. Does it matter? His hold on the doorknob tightened, and his eyes burned into me.
I've been with other women, but not a single one of them meant anything to me. I only did it to do my duty, to the race, to the queen. During that time, I felt like my life was spiraling, and so I always had to be in control of the woman I was with, to make me feel like I had control of something in my life.
His stare was intense, his presence commanding.
But with you, it'll be different. I want you. I need you in a way that I've never needed anyone before, and that scares the shit out of me.
He ran his hands through his hair.
But for once, I don't feel the need to be in control, because I can lose myself in you.
I was speechless. I lost myself in his eyes, in the way he looked at me, like I was the sun and he was going up in flames. His hand moved around my waist, and then he pulled me closer, and I could feel the way his heart hammered against his chest.
Elizabeth, if you go into this room with me, I will never let you go.
I kissed him softly on the lips. You promise? Then he pulled me inside, and I knew that my life would change forever. As soon as we were inside the room, his lips were on mine, devouring me with such need, such desire that I couldn't think, I couldn't breathe. He held me against the door, his hands pressed into my palms, trapping them over my head.
You don't know how long I've wanted this. I'm going to taste every single inch of your body until there hasn't been a spot that hasn't been licked or caressed. And then I'm going to feel every single spot of your skin until my fingers could recognize your naked body in the dark. His teeth raked across my ear, and I sucked in a breath, holding it as electricity shot through me. His lips moved to my neck. His tongue, hot and slippery, tasted and licked its way down my collarbone as his fingers moved over my body. I threw my head back, consumed with him, with his touch, with the feel of his mouth on mine. I never understood want until I had Hunter in my arms, ready and willing, and I never wanted anyone as much as I wanted him in this moment. Then his mouth was on my ear again as his fingers flicked at the tips of my breast over my dress, growling. Tell me, Elizabeth. Tell me how much you want me. Tell me what you want me to do.
Yes, Hunter. I nodded as he suckled at the sensitive spot at the base of my neck. I want you so bad right now. I need you, over me and inside me. I want you to touch me, to taste me. I want everything you have to give. And then I will take more because I'm a needy, selfish bitch, and I will always need more from you. He chuckled as his mouth moved back to my ear.
You will never be able to take more than I'm going to give, Princess.
My hands were still pressed into the back door, and he moved his down so that they were at my waist. Then he gripped my hips and jerked me forward, pulling me up, and I wrapped my legs around his back. I clasped his cheeks, still kissing him as he carried me towards the middle of the office. I hadn't noticed the white leather couches aligned next to a wall of glass until now, and my body lit up in anticipation of the feel of its cool leather against my naked back. He pulled out of my kiss.
Every night I close my eyes and all I can think of is you, the way you bite your lip when you're teasing.
His eyes moved to my lips.
How swollen they get when you're kissing me.
I bit my bottom lip, staring into his eyes, smoldering and needy, and I wanted him with everything in me. I knew I had to make him mine or I would die 1,000 deaths.
I think of the smooth way your hips sway when you walk, and how your smile lights up your face.
I frowned, raising my eyebrow. My hips do not sway when I walk. Nodding, he skipped the couch and sat me on a large ebony desk centered in the room.
You are so sexy you don't even know it. So sexy that all my thoughts are consumed by you, by your body, and how much I want to bury myself in you until there's no end of me or beginning of you.
Then he took a few steps back to stand by the couch, and I was rooted in place, taken aback by the predatory look in his eyes, and they drank me in.
Take off your dress.
I stared at him, immobile. He narrowed his eyes at me, and I felt his impatience and his need. His voice came out like a growl, like a man who needed something and needed it now.
Take that fucking dress off now.
I pulled at the zipper, and it slid smoothly down my back. Then I put my hand on my shoulder to pull down my dress. I hesitated. He exuded raw power, packaged in a sexy, muscular body, and I couldn't stop looking at him. He was holding back, leaning against the back of the couch with a casual stance, but his eyes told me something different. He was as captivated with me as I was with him. When I didn't move to pull the dress all the way off, he growled.
Elizabeth.
His casualness slipped from him to reveal his desire. I pulled the sleeves over my shoulders and slowly pulled the dress down, revealing myself inch by inch. I'd worn sexy lingerie. I'd chosen black lace with a touch of leather that wrapped around my stomach, then up and around my neck. He stopped breathing as I deliberately revealed myself, and he grew more and more impatient, but I made him wait, because I was in control of this moment, of the way I exposed myself to him, and I wanted him to take in every single inch. The lower I moved my dress, the darker his eyes grew, until my dress was pulled around my heels and I stepped out of it. His breathing came in and out quickly, and he barked at me.
Why the fuck did you wear that?
So you could take it off me. He rushed towards me, and I met him in the middle. It had been too long, the anticipation too crushing, and my body longed for him. I needed to breathe him in, to feel him against me, to feel him inside me. As I wrapped my legs around him, his lips crushed against mine, demanding and urgent. He held me so tight against him that his skin melded against me and his hardness pressed into my stomach. I was intoxicated by his kiss. It was a drug, and I was hooked. My tongue slipped against his, and my body responded, shooting heat through me. His hands traced up my side to brush against my breast, and I moaned. His kiss grew harsher, more demanding, and I answered it with my own need as he moved me back to the desk. It was cold and hard as he sat me on it, and his mouth moved all over my body. I closed my eyes, reveling in the hot touch of his lips as he kissed and nibbled, leaving a trail of fire in his wake. I want you so bad, Hunter. My body had been abuzz all night in anticipation of his return. He growled.
These past 2 weeks have been torture.
His voice was breathless, and I longed to fill him with my breath, with me. I stood up and pulled his shirt off, then slid my hands down his body. As I moved my hands over him, electric power buzzed between us. He pulled my chin up to look into my eyes.
Remember when I told you I was going to fuck you over and over?
I nodded.
This, right here, is just the beginning of our night. I'm going to fuck you here on this desk, where all of the guys will know that I've staked my claim on you.
Heat and desire wrapped around my body, pulsing through me. He leaned forward, and his hot breath hit my ear, and a shot of warmth pulled between my legs.
Then I'm going to take you to my place, and you're going to be up all night, and you will know that I'm willing to do whatever it takes to make you mine.
He slowly pulled down the strap covering my nipples. They pebbled as the cool air hit them. Fire ran through my chest and down into the space between my legs. I wiggled, needing to feel him against me, inside me, and all over my body. He wrapped his other hand around my ribs, squeezing it tight, and then his mouth explored every inch of my skin. My whole body was on fire. I needed him so badly. I knew that I would never leave Hunter. He owned me, body and soul. His hands lowered to my ass, and he cupped it tightly, still kissing me. Then he pulled me up, and I wrapped my legs around him. We were joined perfectly at the hips, and the only thing stopping him from slipping into me was his pants. I rubbed against him, urging him on. He gripped my ass as his mouth moved up my shoulder towards my neck. Then his teeth raked down it, and I pulled air through my teeth. He set me on my feet, and I groaned in protest. I needed to feel him against my skin. His breathing came in and out rapidly, and he moved his fingers across my stomach.
You are so damn sexy. Every time I see you, I want to eat you on the spot.
Then why don't you? He growled and ripped my panties down.
Get on the fucking desk.
He didn't wait for me to respond, but he jerked me towards it, pushing me down. The desk was hard, and a pen dug into my back. He yanked my shoes off and ran his hands up my legs. I looked at him through a haze of desire and put the soles of my feet on the edge of the desk and spread my legs, completely opening myself to him. He lowered himself to his knees, and his tongue moved up the insides of my thighs. I groaned. I needed him to move higher. His tongue moved up my thigh, closer to my sensitive spot, and my breathing hitched. I was so turned on that it would only take a touch for me to fall over the edge. Oh, fuck me, Hunter. I held my breath in sweet anticipation of his tongue on my clit. Then his breath was right over it, and I gripped the edge of the desk. I was so ready. Shit. I mouthed the word as his tongue finally pressed against my clit. Nerves shot through my body, and the wood of the desk dug into my skin. It took everything I had to keep everything in, to let the pressure build instead of release. He put 2 fingers inside me and moved them in and out as his tongue moved over my lips. I cried out. I needed the release.
Beg me for release.
I bit my lips so hard that I tasted blood. He growled.
Do it.
When I didn't, his tongue pressed harder against my clit, causing me to arch my back. I wanted to rub myself against his mouth, wanted to feel a fucking release, but I held it in. Then he dug his fingers in deeper, and he curled his fingers inside me. Fuck! Hot liquid sex poured through my body. Every single nerve was on fire. His tongue worked up and down my clit while his fingers rubbed inside me. What he was doing to me, inside me, I'd never felt so alive. The pressure was so intense that every single muscle was strung tight. Please, Hunter, please. I arched my back further, my thoughts only on release, trying to press harder into his face. He didn't answer, but moved his tongue and finger against me faster. His other hand moved under me, squeezing my ass. Please! I was begging now. I couldn't hold myself in. My whole body was consumed with lust. I needed the release. And then he said yes, and the dam broke inside me as wave after wave of my orgasm hit. My body jerked against his mouth, and he held his tongue against my clit, drawing it out longer. I'd never had an orgasm so strong or last so long. It moved like the violent waves of the ocean, never-ending and demanding. Then I slammed back against the desk, breathless and aching. He yanked me back up, and I pulled at his pants until they were across the room. He slid inside me, and I was in heaven. He groaned as he moved in and out, with a look of absolute pleasure on his face. I dug my heels into his back, moving myself to his pace and urging him on. I need you so bad, Hunter. Please take me. As he moved faster, I could feel the passion that was building up inside him. It was moving through me, pressing into my skin, pouring through my veins. It was Hunter, the warrior, the man who was mine. The desire to claim him for myself poured over me, living and pulsing inside of me as he buried himself in me. My necklace was warm at my chest. Its power slid through and over my body, connecting and binding Hunter to me. The power of my wolf buzzed through my body, increasing the intensity of our fuck. She knew exactly what she wanted, and Hunter was at the top of the list. He was my mate, and I was claiming him. "You are mine." Suddenly he came, and his lips pressed against mine, relinquishing his moan into my body. His hands wrapped around me, pulling me tight as he pressed his forehead against me, melding our bodies into one. Then he opened his eyes, and they glowed a dark orange, revealing the dragon inside him. He growled, his voice low and deep, and it reverberated into me.
"I am bound to you."
I nodded. He kissed my forehead, and a warmth spread through my body. Closing my eyes, he held me for a moment, and I listened to his heartbeat. I took in a deep breath, knowing I had done the right thing. We belonged together. He was a part of me, the part that longed to do something braver than I had ever thought I could. His trust in me was what drove me to fight, to sacrifice, to protect the Queen. I looked up, and his soft eyes took in my face. "Thank you for believing in me." He brushed my hair out of my face.
"Thank you for saving me."
I grinned. From what?
From a lifetime of longing, of waiting for you, and for giving me the strength to stand up to Sophia.
I smiled, and then he grabbed my ass and pulled me up to straddle him.
"Oh, we're not done here yet."
He took me towards the window that looked out over the city, put me on my feet, and turned me around. I leaned back into his chest as we faced it, staring out. His hands moved over my stomach, and the heat and longing for him began again. Would I ever have enough from this sexy beast? My appetite for him was insatiable. He stroked my stomach, moving his hands higher until they reached the tips of my breasts. Then he pinched them softly. I moaned. What those fingers could do to me. He pressed me towards the glass, and I sprawled out as his hands moved lower.
"I want the whole world to know that you belong to me."
His fingers entered me as my breasts pressed against the cold glass. I shifted my hips so that his hand could move more comfortably and closed my eyes, taking in every feeling. Every single touch, every gasp of his breath, every twist of his lips affected me. I lived and breathed the feel of his body against mine. I was addicted to his touch, his smile, to him. "I can't get enough of you, Hunter." His lips touched my neck and he sucked it softly. They were trembling and needy.
"I cannot breathe without you."
Holy hell, he could melt me with his words. I felt his heat and desire, and my own pressure built up. His chin nuzzled my neck, and I leaned forward, pressing my forehead against the glass, opening myself up to him. His fingers moved faster, and I began to rub against them as his lips trailed down my back. Then his breath, hot and wet, was on my ear as his finger pressed against my clit, and I leaned back, moaning. My orgasm rolled through my body, rushing through my arms to the tips of my fingers. He pushed me forward so that I was pressed against the glass again, and I closed my eyes, letting the wave of pleasure rush through me.
"You are mine, Elizabeth, and now the whole world knows it."
Then his voice was in my ear.
"And the rest of the guys will know that I claimed you first."
I turned towards him, pulling him into a deep kiss. I felt his bulge press against my stomach, and I longed to have him inside me again. I turned around and bent over. He growled.
"Damn it, Princess."
I pressed back against him, wiggling myself against his hardness. He wanted me again, and it was such a turn-on. "Fuck me again, Hunter. I know you want to." Nodding, he slid himself inside me.
"I want you so bad."
Shit, his eager enthusiasm to be with me was such a turn-on. I moaned. He felt so good. I gripped the edges of the window, spreading myself as he pounded into me, giving him everything. His energy pressed against me, filling me with a mixture of his lust and love, swirling and pulsing around and inside me. Then he pulled my hips up and pressed his finger into my softness, swirling it. Then he moved it against my clit. I gave in to the moment, and the pressure inside built up again. I pushed my hips against him, forcing him in deeper, and he hit something deep inside me. I was home with him. He was my mate, and now he was claiming me. Then he came again, biting into my back shoulder. I allowed his magic to flow over my body. It moved with such deep intensity that I couldn't move. Dragon magic forced its way over my skin, burning me from the inside out. It was fierce. It was all-consuming. It was possessive. I was his. The magic moved between us, binding us together, washing over our bodies until it gently subsided. He pulled me around, and his eyes stared into mine. They were so open. I knew I was seeing him. His vulnerabilities were open to me. I touched his cheek, and he smiled. Then he grabbed me and yanked me up, and I squealed as he threw me over his shoulder. Sliding down, I hooked my arms around his neck and nuzzled against him. He carried me over to the front of the desk and rummaged through the drawers until he found a box of tissues. We couldn't stop from touching each other as we cleaned ourselves off, and dressing each other was as erotic as the undressing. He kept kissing me, starting with the corner of my mouth and moving towards the center, and the fire started in my belly again. I would never get enough. He was intoxicating, and he was mine. Then he pulled back to stare into my eyes. They were serious as he studied me.
Now go find the guys.
I began to protest, and he cut me off.
I don't care if you're not supposed to talk to them. They've been missing you, and screw the rules. They need to see you.
I nodded, smiling. I missed them too. He continued.
We're going to tell them goodbye. Then we're going to my house, and I'm going to fuck you all night long.
I grinned, even as my chest tingled and warmth spread through my stomach. I looked around the office, noting that everything was placed with exactness. There was nothing out of order except for the pen on top of the desk. Whose office is this anyway? His face lit up.
Andre's.
I couldn't stop the grin that spread over my face. Oh, you're bad. He smirked, and laughter danced in his eyes.
Yep.
He went back around the desk and opened the drawer to put back the box of tissues. Then he hesitated, and after rummaging around the drawer, he pulled out a file and opened it. The side was embossed silver and had a label that said, William Erickson, Eyes Only. His eyes widened as he read the file.
Holy shit, Elizabeth.
What is it? I moved around the desk to look over his shoulder. Suddenly, the sound of pounding footsteps traveled down the hallway, and I gripped Hunter's arm, afraid that Andre would burst into the room. Grabbing me, Hunter dragged me toward the door on the other side of the room. Shit, I hoped it wasn't locked. The footsteps stopped briefly, but then began moving again. Hunter's hand was on the doorknob, but I saw that the door to the hallway was already opening. We were so busted. My stomach clenched. I was freaking out, but Hunter only had an angry, determined look on his face. I knew if Andre confronted us right now, Andre would have the warrior Hunter on his hands. Things would escalate like a bolt of lightning to a house already on fire. Then the door swung open all the way, and Easton and Christian tumbled into the room. I clutched my hand to my chest, relieved and wondering if I needed to go change my underwear. I'd almost pissed myself. Easton was clutching the magic book in his hands, a look of elation on his face. The look he got when he'd figured out something amazing, and a brief smile passed through my lips. Then his look changed, and I read it plain as day on his face. He knew exactly what we'd been doing in here, and all my thoughts scattered. Easton struggled to speak, and Christian nudged his back.
Tell him, Easton.
Finally, Easton choked out what he'd come in to say.
Guys, you're never going to believe what I found. It's the answer.
This concludes Elizabeth and the Magic of Dragons by Ava Mason. Narrated by Angela Daw, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Copyright 2018 by Ava Mason. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Ava Mason, care of Hirschman Rights Management, LLC, and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.